Right, as I begin recording, the dwarven capital of Doonhollow has been under attack after the Trial of Steel by a large force of deep dwarves. Not large enough to be considered a full-scale invasion, but more of a coordinated strike team. Their objective seems to have been to capture the High King, almost amongst the shock, awe and terror they were causing using creatures never before tamed, rockworms. These living siege engines of destruction. I'm going to go into a bit more detail as a recap, because the last one was a bit kind of broken up into sections. You met up with Zerth and Arngrim and successfully rescued the king from the arena. Then you took him to the Hunter's Keep, where you met up with Liska, Magna and Rathgar. A meal was had while you waited out the siege, during which you discussed High King Brator's missing daughter, who went into the mines to put a stop to the Deep Dwarf attacks months prior. You then rested. When you came to, you were awoken by Captain Brasheim, who told you the remainder of the Deep Dwarves had fortified and held themselves up within the walls of the palace fortress in the Hall of Kings, and were trying to break into the throne room. You devised a pincer move to catch them off guard using the King's secret escape tunnel that led directly into the throne room, using the crown as the key to unlock it. You made your way there, delivering the King's armour back to him using Grunker as the courier, and made your way into the throne room to reinforce the Mountain Guard lines under the command of General Thargrim. You devised a plan to lure out the Warlord, leading the remainder of their force, using Balthazar as bait in his very, very kind of provocative armour. The remnants of the long lost and now dead King Nogdur Ashbite, with Balthazar sitting on the glowing crystalline throne, trying to draw him out. And with that, the rapidly weakening gates were broken open by the Deep Dwarves' warlord, riding atop an elder rockworm, and their forces and three more worm riders poured into the throne room to meet the shield wall of the Mountain Guard, very much kind of 300 style. Balthazar gained the attention of the warlord, who barreled his way up the central bridge over the lava pits to meet him, the other worm swallowing Vellum along the way, as he was in his way. The shield wall of the Mountain Guard locked the warlord off from the rest of his forces, enabling the Black Hand to focus their attention on him, and him alone. An epic clash in the throne room ensued, and the Mountain Guard fell back further and further. Balthazar was swallowed too, but he used his ring to teleport out of the worm's stomach. As the battle ensued, Vellum, on the brink of death, had the big-brained idea to climb into the bag of holding while still inside the worm, saving him from the acid, but now he has only 10 minutes of air before he begins to suffocate. Grunker clambered atop the worm to meet the warlord, face to face, mano a mano. But with quick thinking, the warlord seemed, from your perspective, Grunker, seems to mentally command the worm to shake you off. But luck was not on your side, Grunker. A roll was had, putting you square over the edge of the lava pit. It was at that moment that the King's reinforcements emerged from the door beyond, pouring into the throne room behind the Deep Dwarves, slamming them into the Mountain Guard's rapidly dwindling shield wall. And the tide of battle began to shift. Grunker held on to the ledge as this happened, but as Balthazar rushed up to aid him, his fingers slipped through Grunker's as the goblin plummeted off the edge, putting Balthazar square in front of the worm. Grunker impacted against the surface of the lava, as he was attuned to his ring of water walking. The more of the worm impacted around Balthazar, rendering him unconscious. The warlord was slain by Siren, and Grunker began climbing a nearby stone pillar back up to the battlefield, a mysterious, fiery force seeming to push him up along the way. Balthazar, after a series of failed death saves, expired in the worm. Grunker returns to the battlefield and managed to finish off the Elder Worm. With that, the tide of battle began to rapidly shift against the Deep Dwarves, and their numbers dwindled. Balthazar's body was retrieved from the slain worm, scarred, bloodied, a section of his skin missing entirely. His armour is corroded and partly melted, and Vellum is nowhere to be seen. So, let's bring us back in, shall we?
I'm in a bag.
You are indeed in the bag.
Chuckles. I'm in danger.
Bring up that ambience. Right. Okay. So, the battle around you rages. Armour clashes against steel. Shields are battered. The overwhelming forces of the Kings rally, shoving the hostile Deep Dwarves against the shields of the remaining mountain guard. One by one, the Deep Dwarves fall to well-trained tactics of axe, pike and shield. Captain Brassheim shouts orders, and all the Iron Guard give one final shove and a flurry of attacks upon the left and right lane. Rathgar just bifurcates a couple of Deep Dwarves. Zerth plays a rapid strum in his lute, and two Deep Dwarves fall into a stupor as Magna finishes them, both of them off, impaling them through the chest with a pike and a spear, as the captain shoves the last one onto a mountain guard's pike. The left lane is clear. What's everyone doing?
Siren's gonna order her Skelly boys to basically open fire on the Dwerger.
Okay.
Or the Deep Dwarves. Sorry, Deep Dwarves. And
one second, something's up. The OBS isn't recording that screen. Give me a second.
okay.
It's display capture. Display capture. One, display 2. Nope, not that one. Fucking hell. Do that one. For fuck's sake. This wasn't happening earlier.
Good, man.
Fuck's sake.
Finish my toast.
And so we have a perfect time to review your character sheets, make sure everything is up to date as it should be, and you know what you're gonna do.
If you mean besides looking for Vellum again.
For fuck's sake. Always with the fucking technical issues. Right at the last moment.
You're good, fam. You can probably stop the recording if you want.
I've already done the fucking intro.
Well, I mean, pause. Like, unless it splits it up, then never mind.
I mean, don't think it does it with OBS.
OBS, yeah? Is it on the correct scene?
Yeah, it's on the correct scene, just blackness.
Have you already selected that window? Because even if you have that and you haven't tabbed over and selected the window, it won't start showing.
Yeah, I've selected the window. It should all be working, but it's not for some reason. It was working perfectly earlier.
Interesting.
So what's going through Willem's head right now?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Endless wait.
Man, this
Okay.
sure beats not me.
I've found a workaround. I'll just have to use my other layout because that seems to be working for some reason. Anyway. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, what's Willem thinking?
Yeah, I'm actually really curious.
Mainly thinking how nice it is not to be dissolved by acid, but there is the creeping concern drifting in.
Actually, here's a good question. If you're inside a bag of holding and you know, are aware while inside, can you see some of the items in it?
I was actually thinking that myself. Like,
Yeah,
could you...
in my head I feel like they're floating around me in just voids of space.
I believe they are, because you are literally in a pocket dimension in the ethereal plane. So you were literally
it's
floating around in space, or astral, excuse me. Yes, floating around in the astral plane. So you're basically floating around in space, the space between space,
I think...
just
No,
kind of there.
I think bags of holding are their own specific pocket dimension.
Okay,
Because it was-
Balthazar is beginning to expire. What's everyone doing?
I mean, he has expired, but...
I'm straight up dead.
Well, yeah. He's the. What's everyone doing?
So, Siren is mentally counting. Because
Okay.
it's been about, I'd say, maybe 18, well, with the dwarves fighting, it's probably closer to like 36, 40 seconds since he possibly expired, and she's just
Probably
sitting
been
there.
more akin to 30 seconds.
Okay, that's fine. It's just, I know battle can be relatively prolonged.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, she's basically just counting in her head. And
Okay.
she is... she's also going to look on Balthazar's body
Mm-hmm.
for the scrolls of Revivify, if she can find them.
Yes. He has 2 on him, near his waist area.
Okay.
One I bought.
Correct.
Yep.
At full price,
she-
no less.
Yeah, because I wasn't there. And yeah, I'm going to look for the, see, hopefully they're not, covered in acid. She's gonna press to digitate that part clear, and then
Okay.
hopefully the scrolls aren't damaged.
I mean, they are magical, so
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
but
that's
scrolls
true.
are kind of a
Things could
scrolls
be
are kind of a weird thing.
Yeah.
Anyway, she's going to grab a scroll of Revivify, and she's going to look around for whomever might be able to use it.
Okay. You see the on the kind of central kind of bridge lane you're on right now. You can see a number of mountain guards, and you can see Liska. You see an iron guard. You can see the king himself, as well as Arngrim, as well as your two skeletons off to the side. You can see the mounted guard and the king, Liska, and they're all kind of shaking off their weapons, looking around, kind of barking a few orders.
Let's see. Did she actually? I'm trying to remember. She, yeah, she actually was introduced to Arngrim. She knows that he would be a cleric. She is going to, like, just yell out, just like, Angrim! Here! And then she, like, points, like, down. Like, basically, like, healing a dog.
Ooh. How's the king looking?
The king looks relatively unharmed. He, a couple of dents on his armor, but he definitely seems he seems okay. He's still hanging in there.
Seems safe enough that I can at least leave.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I guess he will try and fight through the crowds.
Okay. You kind of push your way through between the mountain guard. The king kind of waves his hand for them to part as he also hears the call of siren. The mountain guard part. King Brator kind of also joins you. And you Angrim, you see there before you the burned, bloodied, and dead body of...
Digested body.
Partly digested body of Balthazar.
Oh no.
She is going to slap the scroll Revivify onto his chest. And... say, here! Pray to whatever god you believe in and do something.
The king kind of looks to the body, looks to you, then looks to Angrim. How long?
How long? Like I said, it's been fighting. She's been keeping count, but
Been about by now it's been about 40 seconds.
Okay.
all right.
40 seconds from death.
It's about 20 seconds until death. It's been 40 seconds.
Yeah, 40 seconds he's been dead. 20 seconds till a minute passes. Okay, just confirming. Normal casting time. School fades. Okay, so if that's the case, a quick glance to King and Siren and the dead dude. He's going to, just quickly just unfurl the scroll and start reading it, and his eyes kind of like, oh, this is Revivify. And he's got to make a save. Let me double check.
What are the components for that?
It is a scroll.
Oh, yeah,
so
no, scrolls don't need components.
He does not
do they?
need components.
Okay.
Scrolls are made with the components and are consumed. But he has to make your resurrection check, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's true. He does.
Yes, he needs to. Because I fixed that homebrew rule, kind of included everything else from that thing. Character death. All right, so go ahead and make a rapid resurrection check. That would be your spellcasting modifier. So a wisdom spellcasting check.
Oh yeah, I need restore life. No contributions. Make a DC 20. Or rolling a D20, adding their mod. This is a DC 10, increasing DC 10. That's okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Balthazar hasn't died before.
Yeah.
Nope.
Balthazar has not died before.
Yeah.
So
You guide yourself.
I don't think I have time for that, and it's a raw D20 with your spellcasting modifier. It's not like an ability check.
Yeah, I guess.
So it would be bada boom. 4.
That actually fails.
That fails.
He rolled a nat 1.
And a
nat 1 and a nat 20.
I don't even know what to say.
It's at that point
duality of man.
you
And
Yeah.
the scroll fades away into nothingness.
The scroll fades. A moment passes. Another moment passes. Nothing. Nothing happens.
Plus,
What happened?
nothing. It didn't work.
What do you mean it didn't work? And she's going like grab the front of his armor, like hook her hand like into the and just like pull him close. It's like,
It didn't work.
The king,
you're a cleric, aren't you? Don't you have some god that helps you?
The king immediately slaps his hand on yours, Siren, and kind of looks you straight in the eye and says, "He did his best."
His best isn't good enough. And she throws him, like she pushes him back.
Fine, safe, I help.
There may be someone who might be able to help. Someone more immediately available.
Who could possibly help right now?
High Priestess Ilara Onyxoth.
Can you get her here in the next 5 seconds?
No. Last I heard of her it was before the trial. Likely attending to her duties at the Doonheart Forge. Knowing her, she's likely either tending to the wounded or still guiding people to the safety of the Doonheart district for recovery.
Siren just kind of looks at the king, and there's just like barely restrained rage on her face. Like she knows she shouldn't like badmouth the king, but like her lip is just like,
Boy, she wanna.
yeah, like her upper lip's just like quivering because she's just like trying not to snarl at him.
Make an insight
And
check
then-
on the king.
An insight check?
Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Oh, the way you say that makes me worried. 5. I rolled a 2.
It's
Oh, I rolled 1, you rolled 2. We're going with it.
the
We'll get there.
stoic kind of furrowed brow of his face. You're not sure, but from previous experience, there is you seem to recognise that still this kind of concerned look on his face, but other than that, there's nothing else you can tell from his expression right now.
Siren kind of like stares for a moment, like visibly reins in her emotions. Like her face just goes like stone, like she goes stone faced, and then she just gives a small bow, and then turns away from the king and like walks back, like basically walks away, and her skeletons follow her. She walks toward the throne, reaching down and taking the crown off of Balthazar's head, and then... Oh wait, you left it on the throne, didn't you?
I left it on the throne, yes.
Okay. So, while that's happening, Siren's just going to basically walk up, and she's going to walk away to stand over by the throne while the battle plays out.
Okay.
And while you're doing all that, Sao sort of snaps her fingers and looks to both the king and Arngrim. Sorry for this, but I might have an idea. Arngrim, you have clerical powers. Could you somehow protect Balthazar's body for, I don't know, maybe with a spell or something against decay or undeath?
Let me go ahead and yes. I can, but I'll be truthful with you. I don't have it ready right now.
Sorry, which spell are you talking about?
That is going to be Gentle Repose. I'm just going to go ahead and boop it for you.
Oh, right, okay.
Doesn't have that prepared because he's, but it's a ritual. I don't know if he can do it as a ritual, as a cleric role, though.
Okay. The king also says, afraid I do the same, but I'm in the likewise position as Arngrim here.
I can do it tomorrow.
Tomorrow is better than never, so...
E.
So, battle continues to play out. It's a lot more. The right lane now is a lot more chaotic. It's like a flurry of axes and pikes and halberds, but the Iron Guard and Mountain Guard are using their shields to their advantage, kind of sandwiching the remaining deep dwarves into this kind of tight formation where they can easily be dispatched like sardines. Eventually, unless anyone wishes to do anything else.
Nope.
Okay. Unless, eventually the last one falls, and the battle cries fall silent, replaced by breaths of exhaustion. The Iron Guard and Mountain Guard begin to start double tapping any remaining deep dwarves on the ground, leaving none alive.
As you do.
Someone's in an airplane.
The battlefield falls silent across the throne room. You hear the subtle, distant kind of jabs of spears being jammed into chests. A couple of death cries from leftover deep dwarves. The king looks to Arngrim, then to body of Balthazar, and says, "I'm sorry. There will be other ways." Looks over to Cao Yun, the rest of you. Then looks over to Siren with a furrowed brow as she kind of stands near the throne. The gentle kind of thrumming glow of the throne illuminating beneath her face.
Sao gives a mild chuckle. Even in this situation, it sort of looks a bit off with everything around. His ego would have been through the fucking roof.
So everything's sort of. Oh, sorry. Was someone gonna do something?
I'm done. For now.
Once the kind of battle fades and ends, Siren's been staring at the king the whole time. Siren will just kind of step back down, flanked by her skeletons, skelly boys, who survived their first battle. She's going to kind of come up and look at Balthazar, and then just kind of look around and just be like, I can't believe I'm asking this, but has anyone seen Vellum?
No. We didn't find him in the beasts. Even though he was swallowed, so...
Didn't find him at all? She's gonna look at her skeletons, so she's like, realizes, oh wait, yeah, they're dumb. Much like Vellum. She thinks this to herself. And then she is going to, well, he wasn't in there long enough to warrant full digestion.
No, he wasn't. Sarin, are you carrying the bag by any chance?
My bad, yes.
So Yun, make an intelligence check.
Okay.
Just make a general intelligence check. This'll determine if reason stands that Velen would do such a big brain moment.
Sometimes you have to think big to think dumb.
Yep.
This is
So-
what we call the galaxy brain.
Yeah, it was kind of a 50-50 whether you could guess if Balthazar, if Velen would do something this
Brilliant.
questionable. You think for a moment, Saoyun, and you've spent some time with Velen to know he's not the most intelligent person, but
That's canon.
yeah. But lack of intelligence makes up for the his skill in his passion and his passion in his work kind of makes up for his lack of intelligence. But in this instance, you gather that he may have adapted to the circumstances that befell him.
I'm sorry, he Bear Grilled inside this fucking worm. Adapt,
So-
improvise, overcome.
Yeah.
Sal
It's
looks
certainly a
to
possibility.
Siren, and with this sort of
Minute 7. Growing thirsty, having to drink my own piss and piss. Aiming is hard.
but yeah,
Oh,
Sal
God.
looks to Siren with this sort of look on her face that can basically be described as, "Oh no, he didn't. He did, didn't he?" And then she just looks to the slain worm and just looks back to Siren. "I need you to get your friends to crawl into the belly and look for a bag."
They have names, you know. I'm just kidding. They don't. Go, and then she just orders them.
I'm sad. I wish they had names now.
Oh, they're gonna.
And while all this is happening, Sal just
Bones Jones.
looks to Siren and just goes, "You may be right in the fact that Velen is not the brightest, but I think he just outsmarted even you on this one."
Oh, in what way?
Do you know how much time you can spend inside a bag of holding? Alive.
From, I think, recollection, it's.
Around
Oh
10.
my God, he went into the bag of holding.
Yes.
I mean,
If you're not gonna punch him when he comes out, I will.
I don't know if I should even save him. That's so.
It's a stroke of genius that is fatal about 50% of the time. Let's just be honest on that point.
Yeah. I mean. Like, Siren is both, impressed and also just, exasperated. Just that is so stupidly smart.
Yeah, she's impressed, but she don't want to be impressed.
Amazed.
Well, I
by
mean,
stuff.
the Bones Jones is in there, looking for a bag of holding.
Okay, I'll
Bones
say.
Jones?
Yeah.
Tell me he's the highest ranking.
So
Sure. Sure, he can be.
Private Jones.
go ahead. For your skeletons, this is going to be an investigation check to see if you can actually find the bag in amidst the blubbery mass of folds that's this worm just.
And chunks of Balthazar.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's two, right? I'm sure they're helping each other.
Sure, yeah, they are aiding. There's so much aiding going on.
Yeah.
Go
I
ahead.
had to
I'll-
drag the skeleton on there so I could do
Yeah.
intelligence.
You take
Yes.
this half, you take this half.
13.
Hey, 13.
Not bad, not bad.
Hey.
It's you.
They are not the smartest.
You
But Bones Jones.
You give them the directions to where you found Balthazar. They seem to recognise the in a kind of undead state. They seem to recognise the path they took, so to speak. One of them eventually kind of slides out with kind of slightly corroded. You can see the bones of being sort of stained green now, holding what looks like a slop-covered bag of holding. You know, and it's just sort of strings of gooey mess.
Siren's gonna have them open the bag for her, so she doesn't have to like do it or like touch it, and then she's going to like. No, wait. If I'm the one that saved him, and then she just kind of reaches in and like thinks of grabbing Vellum, because that's how bags of holding work.
My.
And she's specifically gonna do it around his throat. So like Vellum's floating in the void, suddenly a hand just like grabs him around the throat, and she's just going to like pull him out and just kind of like throw him on the ground.
You fall arse of a tea kettle on your back onto the stone floor.
I'm here, I'm not dead. I'm not dead. Oh fuck, why is everything hurt?
Sao just walks up to him and kneels down to look at him and then punches him in the shoulder.
What?
You are either the dumbest fucking idiot I've ever known who had a stroke of genius, or you just outsmarted everybody here, including her, and then pointing to Siren.
Gonna rub his arm.
You could have died in there. In both cases.
Well, I didn't. It's good to see you too, sir.
You're a fucking fool.
You look over. You see the acid-scarred, partly digested body of Balthazar.
He's not gonna have noticed at first, just, glad not to be dead or digested. I think, Balth, we need to take a vacation after this. I'm getting tired of nearly dying. And then he will sort of pan slightly and sort of notice the more solemn looks on people's faces. And then notice Balthazar. Shit. We do anything for him?
At this point, it's... well... there is hope, but... and then Sao just looks to Siren and then to the king.
Well, if there's hope, let's get to it. He's going to try and sort of stand up, but due to, shaky disposition and having been weightless for a brief period of time, he sort of wobbles as he does. Ugh. Damn it, everything hurts. Let's go get him back then. Didn't catch him said Ducko, was it?
You were covered in acid, so...
far too many times anyway.
So I just rolls her eyes.
He seems to be trying to be putting on a positive face, but there's a lot of subtlety underneath that facade. So let's get to it. What are we gonna do to get him back? Let's get shit sorted.
Siren's going to just kind of look at that question, look to the king. It's like, we are waiting to see if we can be helped.
There is possible means of resurrection, I just need to find the most immediate available person, which will be the High Priestess herself.
And if she cannot help?
Well, no.
then I might have an option, but... And then Sao just looks straight to the king. It would mean venturing down below to rescue your daughter.
Might be a possibility. Depending on the circumstances, that might be an inevitability. You've already risked your lives once. After seeing this, you will know if you want to do it again. I would blame you if you'd turned it down.
In either case, we are lacking our leader, or half of our leader.
If anything, if this place is unable to resurrect him, I might have my own methods.
Sao just mildly shudders at the thought.
He looks to you, Siren, and there's this slight kind of change of face. There's a kind of recognition of what you're implying kind of sets in. That's a dark path, lass.
Siren's going to hold up the hand that has the sanctioned necromancer ring and just be like, it's one that I've been promised to.
Well, first we should see to the means of more traditional resurrection before we count for that option.
For now, let's get cleaned up. There's a war to look to and a city to keep from burning down.
King nods to the rest of you as the Mountain Guard and the Iron Guard gather up their own dead. King gives you, Siren, one last remorseful look before he turns towards his own men to aid them.
So what now, leader of the Black Hand? So just aims it towards Siren. Balthazar has always been the one to take the reins first.
Siren's going to kind of give Sao just kind of a sneer, and then she waves her hand and the skeletons come up and they kind of pick Balthazar up. It's like, for now, we recuperate and then see what this king can do for us.
That was supposed to be easy.
Well, in either case, resurrection is not a small thing to do. A revivification is more common in certain practices and places, but a resurrection straight up. As much as I care for you guys, part of me would better see him buried.
Let's see what can be done first. In the end, I think it's Siren's decision.
It is. We'll see.
Balthazar won't be buried as long as I'm around.
Oh no, I'm sure he'll either be resurrected or live on as a plate-wearing minion of yours.
We've discussed things.
I'm sure you have.
Then Zara's just gonna, like, turn and start walking, like, leading her 4-man group of skeletons. The Skelly Boys, each holding, like, a different limb of Balthazar. It's very majestic.
And also very
See-
unnerving.
Is he being held vertical, or is this some Spider-Man shit?
Spider-Man shit.
Cross the threshold.
Like Spider-Man shit without the weird face beforehand.
I mean, he is pretty.
He's definitely got a weird face now.
I mean, but nobody can see it. They're all dwarves. I mean, Liska could, because she's tall, but nobody else.
Why did you have to put in the fucking Spider-Man thing? Why?
You know?
No, don't fucking
Could I-
draw it.
No. Could I have one thing to say on that, Jenner? Just on the state of him being dead, a flavor thing.
Sure.
His eyes are completely wide open, staring directly forward. His face is just completely focused.
Balthazar. Like everyone else, hush for now. Except Balthazar.
Okay, here goes fun, I guess.
Balthazar, you're in the midst of battle in the throne room. Your prospective Black Hand fighting alongside you. However, Bellum is swiftly devoured by the massive rockworm bearing down on all of you. And to your horror, your special weapon, your force of nature, Grunker, hangs over the lava. In a dash of adrenaline, you rush out, reaching out your own broken blackened hand to save him at the last moment. Your fingers slip right through his. Time itself seems to slow. A look of horror as Grunker begins to plummet into the fiery pits below. And you slowly look up as the enormous maw of the rockworm hurtles down in your direction. You're reminded of the last moments of battle against the bone maw of Morkney, when it rose up into its entire body from beneath the whirlpool in an attempt to devour you whole. The moment when you saw the vision of an ethereal chain tethering it to the sky. You were ready then, but you weren't ready now. Your entire life flashes through your mind in this moment of slowed time. What of home? What of your family? What of your nannies? Is this it? This is it. This is how you die. But wait, no. This isn't the end. The ring. The ring can save you. Impact. White, hot pain, and darkness. You're numb. You feel nothing. Is that consciousness? You're not paralyzed. Try to move, there's nothing to move. You try to open your eyes in the darkness, but no eyelids open, only consciousness. Bound consciousness, but free-floating in a sea of endless darkness. Is this what death feels like? It can't be. You remember Siren telling you of life after death, a sea of souls, drifting between two endless planes in a mindless stupor. You don't feel mindless. You certainly think, with no mouth to speak your thoughts, and as some semblance of awareness of your surroundings comes to you, you see no endless planes, just a blurred semblance of tunnel vision, focused upon a single gemstone. With limited awareness of your surroundings, a peripheral awareness from around this gemstone. As you attempt to gain a better understanding of your surroundings, your consciousness searches for an anchor, something to bind itself to, and it finds the gemstone. Immediately you find your consciousness extend outwards. You find yourself still fixated, tunnel-visioned upon the gem, as the world itself seems to move around it, becoming clearer with each passing moment. And then you notice it's set in an ornate band of gold. A ring. And it sits upon an ebon black lithe finger. You, this ring upon a finger, are fixed in space, as the world moves and tumbles around you as the finger, the hand, moves. Then you catch a glimpse of a familiar face, as the hand in slow motion plants itself firmly against a solid chitinous surface and pulses a deep black vein of necrotic energy into it. That's Siren's face. You're in the ring. It worked. You also catch the glimpse.
Yes.
You also catch a glimpse of the battle unfolding around you. The deep dwarves are losing the battle, battle axes and spells coursing slowly through the air. Time itself seems to have slowed down, almost to a standstill. And there's no sound, just the distant tick-tock, tick-tock. That sound resonates through your entire consciousness. You feel your consciousness begin to drift, carried by the sound. Your consciousness expands and you see past the battle towards the large, broken front doors. And your sight drifts high up over them towards the enormous stained glass, glowing orange piece of clockwork that dominates the ceiling of this area, slowly ticking. Ticking, slowly stopping, and it comes to a halt. As time itself seems to freeze around you. And you watch as the second hand of the clock begins to reverse. And you're pulled back, yanked back towards your tunnel vision upon the ring. You look upon the battlefield around you as the world rolls and tumbles around the finger. Slashes of swords bringing people back to life, spells reversing their courses as time itself begins to do the same. You're plunged into darkness, and then re-emerge back into light upon a single finger, a different finger, a blackened, broken finger. Your own. The speed of time increases rapidly. You see glimpses of the Hunter's Keep, glimpses of the cart, the goats, the arena. A flash of images. Glimpses of scenes you remember yourself. Out in the frigid cold of the Orthrost, you see glimpses of pearly white scales against the black broken finger and the hand. And then glimpses of your hand holding a set of reins. Time itself continues to speed backwards, the ever-present ticking racking your mind. You see glimpses of Cliffspire, and then darkness as you're plunged into the belly of a cave. The Arcanoloth is reformed from dust and ash, and Grunker reforms the crushed head beneath his hammer. Orange flames are conjured from the ground and reabsorbed into the Arcanoloth's hand. Time passes still. You find yourself beneath the city sewers once more, and you're taken off your own finger and placed onto the finger of a ragged bandit-like figure who springs back to life soon after. Is there anything you wish to say, Balthazar?
Am I currently on this bandit?
On this bandit, yes. Though time itself seems to be very rapidly twisting backwards.
Who is... What in the... This is my ring. My escape.
You call
Even
out...
if I can't find anything, I'll just lash out angrily at that image of that man trying to push him away from it.
Okay. You call out into the darkness, expressing your anger, your fury. This idea that this destiny has been robbed from you. However, you lose track of your own self, not in the physical world, as the world tumbles are in combat. Time speeds backwards, and you're in darkness and light over and over as you're taken from pockets and placed into other pockets and into other satchels. Then find yourself upon the finger of a lordly noblewoman, slain in an alley with a dagger to her back. The dagger itself slides from her back and she springs back to life. And then the world whirls around you once more. Time speeds backwards, much faster this time. You're in a small shop. A familiar shop, but much tidier than you remember it. You're lifted up by a pair of fingers and inspected by the familiar face of Nindorf, who peers at you in curiosity. No blackened eye, no pinpoint purple light in his eye, and he looks prim, proper, well-groomed and young, approximately in his 30s. You're exchanged in trade of gold coin. You catch a glimpse of a figure in a dark hood. Milky white eyes glance at you before you're stuffed into a bag. You wish to chime in at any point, please do.
It seems like I'm being thrown further and further back in time. and I'm seeing everything unwind backwards from this ring, but I don't know what I can do here. Can I try and, like, focus on my last memory? Not let this ring take me backwards?
Go ahead and make an Arcana check.
I'm great at these. Let's see what... let me pull up the sheet. Let's see what not very brainy boy can do.
May I give him inspiration?
Sure.
I mean, I'll let you have one of your own.
Right. I'll take it.
I know it's not your strongest stance, so go right ahead.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry,
tried.
buddy.
Good luck.
You focus out into this tunnel-visioned image of this ring as the world tumbles around it in swift kind of flickering images. As much time seems to pass as you're launched back further still. Unfortunately, the sheer overwhelming nature of this reality warping presence that seems to come over this ring cannot pierce through the veil.
No, I won't go back. I won't become nothing.
He just pointlessly struggles.
Darkness overtakes you once more. And you wait what feels like an eon before you re-emerge from the darkness once more, clutched by a pair of pale, humanoid fingers. But instead of nearly being blinded by sunlight, you're met with dim gloom, a massive cave. You catch a glimpse through the distant atmospheric haze. The silhouette of a gargantuan dome, or an unknown material glistening with bioluminescent blue light. Time reverses once more, slowing in its pace though. Still being clutched by the pale human fingers, and walked backwards through a glistening blackened hall. The walls writhe ever so slightly in the darkness. Your consciousness becomes hazy. You emerge into a chamber. A glistening, tulip-like growth in the center of the room opens up to reveal a small bowl of silvery, mercury-like liquid. You see a secondary figure emerge from the shadowed side of the room, and you're plucked from the human's fingers by a pair of claws. You are held aloft for a moment, and then you're submerged into the silvery liquid. You, the ring, and your consciousness evaporate. And it's then that you hear. Mental anguish overwhelms you. The most horrible pain you felt in your entire life, as the entire sequence of events is thrust back upon you in forward motion. The room, the dome, the cave, the shop, the noblewoman, tick-tock, 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 the sewer, the Arcanloth, the Orthrost, the keep, the arena, the throne room, darkness. And then amongst that darkness, a light. A connection. You can think.
Where am I? When am I?
These thoughts immediately come to your mind, Siren.
Like, so I hear this as as a voice.
You hear it as a voice.
Siren will think back. You're in your ring. It seemed that your initial plan worked. Though it seems that these dwarven people are lacking in, let's just say, skills to bring you back.
Oh, Doris. When was that wars? No, there was no doors.
No,
It
there
was-
I mean, there are dwarves right now. They're still, I'm looking at them.
But the woman and the Nindor.
What? Balthazar, I know
Are-
death can be a little unraveling, but you've been only dead for, well, your body has been dead for a little over a minute. I imagine your soul went into the ring rather quickly.
The ring. The ring. I've learned. The ring I saw its creation. I felt I was every win. I heard it. It worked.
I mean, did you think it wouldn't?
I have been dead for months.
No, you've been dead
My
for about a
soul.
minute.
No.
Oh, that thing.
The
Right.
chains.
Yes, your so-called patron.
The chains are still bound. I was going to be obliterated, but I'm not done. I cannot be done. Do not let me die.
Well, I hate to break it to you, Balthazar, but you are dead.
No. Do not let my soul die.
Oh, that's fine. I wasn't planning on it.
Bodies
I
can
still-
come back. There's no coming back from this.
I have to see what we can do about your patron. It seems very inconvenient, that hold they have on you.
Maybe it saved me. I don't know anymore. I'm learning. I'm understanding. I've perceived more than any demon. Death is beautiful, Siren. You only have to know how to see through it. I need to know this. Guard me. Guard me while I learn this. How is my body? How is Vellum? He was in the worm. I need him.
He's alive now.
Good. Good. Good.
At least it's good to know that someone else finally sees death as I do. Now, if you would, stop babbling. I need to concentrate. Ruminate on the beauties of death while I see if I can. Let's go through this fast that these dwarven people are.
Did the king live?
Yes.
Did we win?
Yes, we did actually. The king came in at just the right moment, a moment too late. And, well, you're dead now. Vellum's barely alive by his own brilliant stupidity, and Gronka's alive as well.
He's alive?
Mm-hmm. Climbed right out of the lava. He's very resilient.
By the hells. I like him more and more each day. Dying for him seems almost worth it.
Well, don't worry for now. We'll continue on for this, and then I have my own ways of bringing you back stronger than before.
Are they not going to?
We'll see. I don't quite trust their enthusiasm for bringing us back. It's been the looks on their faces, demons being so out in the open, moving about. Yes, they accept Zerth. He dances for them. He sings pretty songs, but for us, demons with wielding power, you can see the nervousness in their eyes. I don't know how they feel about bringing back half of that inconvenience.
As you say this, as you're, are you making your way back to the Golden Lodge with your Skelly boys?
Were we not gonna go see if we can find the whatever her face was to see if she's alive and we're well to resurrect?
The High Priestess?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And if not, then gentle repose.
Alright then.
So Siren is just blatantly walking through the city after the king, like skeletons holding up Balthazar's body.
Okay then.
They're gonna have to fucking deal with it.
As you're talking about dwarves frightened by power, you look into all of the recently recovering kind of nearby city, all of the civilians, all of the some of the kind of nobles kind of brought down from power a bit by the recent attack, as the sort of general sort of nearby community is kind of helping each other to rebuild the most devastated areas of the attack. You just saunter right through the city. You notice a few of the Iron Guard that are helping kind of immediately look over, just wide-eyed through their full-face helms, just immediately kind of bringing up their swords, their war axes, their shields, kind of just following you, keeping an eye on you.
Oh, that's fine. Siren's like doing that thing where she's not even really paying attention. She just like full-on regal walking. Like she knows she's better than everyone else here, so they're not worth her attention kind of walk. And she's just like strolling just purposefully with this cavalcade of skeletons behind her.
Is everyone else joining her?
Sao is, however, she is standing a good distance away from the Skelly boys.
Well, I'm too. He does not want anywhere near anything right now.
Okay.
Related to that.
What about Gronka?
You're muted, Gabu.
Grunk probably gonna be so tired because you have 2 levels of exhaustion now, and he did just survive a pitfall full of lava, so I think he's just a bit worn out.
Sao can carry him if need be.
Nah, he can walk. He's just a bit slow.
Half
He
speed.
just half speed. So he just it's he's probably gonna go where he could get some rest, but also not necessarily just gonna go off on his own. So it depends if there was anyone who wasn't gonna go to the church. I think Sable wasn't, or where were you going?
Well, I'm gonna stick with Sal right now because everyone's
Yeah.
going that way.
Okay, so everybody's going to the church. I mean,
Good time, bitches.
yeah, it's time to repent. I mean, he might as
I was gonna say, Siren at this point is also like, as she's walking, just kind of like scanning the frightened masses. Kind of getting a slight ego boost from that. Is going to kind of like her ears going to like flick, and she's going to talk through the earrings. Sal, have you been looking for Nero?
I've sent out a few calls, but nothing.
Well, the battle's over. Hopefully she'll turn up.
I sure hope so.
Okay. To that moment, a couple of guards do approach the group, and they both kind of, shields up, kind of gesturing kind of pointing the weapons towards Siren as they look over towards the rest of you. And she with you?
She is one of group we helped save the king and the throne.
Siren's going to like the fact that they talked to someone else before her while they're pointing weapons at her. She is going to kind of turn just like this baleful gaze to like the closest dwarf, and in Dwarven say, "Do not seek to address the person who helped save your king and your kingdom."
Go ahead and make a persuasion check for the sake of easing the tension, I'll say.
There's not much tension she's trying to ease. It's more kind of like intimidation. She's just like,
Go ahead and make
you
an
fucking like
ahead.
dare disrespect me kind of thing.
All right, go ahead and make an intimidation check.
30-20.
Immediately, all 3 of them kind of back away, kind of battle axes down by their sides, but they're still keeping their shields up in front. And they kind of see that these 4 skeletons seem to be carrying a fallen ally, as it were. They kind of look over towards skeletons, to the body, then to you, Siren. Right. What? You need aid carrying him. Suggest that you dismiss your thralls. We'll take it and we'll carry him.
They have names, you know. Just kidding, sorry.
That's a new joke again.
Bones Jones, Freddy Femur, Rattles, and Shoalhead Larry.
God damn it.
She's just gonna kind of narrow her eyes at them. It's like, and again in Dwarven, it's like, what, will you carry him? Will you carry him on your backs as you've carried your people on his?
We'll carry him to the best place possible, which is the Dunhart district, where everyone seems to be recovering.
We aren't going to the Dunhart district. We're going to the temple. He is to speak with the High Priestess on order of the king, so he may be resurrected.
At the very least, let us carry him. Not, well, you're frightening people with those thralls. And it's very much illegal to be putting necromancy out in the streets so brazenly.
I've been given permission by your king on account of, you know, saving his life multiple times.
I can't recall King expressing explicit permission to do the...
It is
raise the undead.
slightly an embellishment.
Yes, so go ahead and make a deception check.
Alright.
I swear to fuck, if you succeed on this.
Like, fingers crossed. I'm hoping. Oh yeah!
Non-stop 20s.
They both, all three of them, kind of talk amongst themselves for a moment, and they just kind of shake their heads and say, "Right, fine, but we'll be escorting you."
That's fine. Lead the way. And she just kind of like, as soon as she says that, she turns her gaze back up, kind of like the, again, nobleman just like waiting for people to clear the path for her. Like, she's done with them. She wants to continue.
Okay. They all kind of part ways and begin walking alongside Siren, and they've not sheathed their weapons at all, just keeping them by their sides. And there are still the looks of horror on people, on just abject horror on people's faces, just gawking at this parade.
All the display.
Yeah, this parade of 4 undead thralls walking the streets carrying likely one of this group's fallen compatriots, but still nonetheless a morbid display.
Yeah, what needs to happen is, Jenner, do you happen to have any of like upbeat jazz, like in Louisiana whenever they have a funeral procession? Like, it's just like yeah. Yep.
Afraid not, but I can
Saints
certainly
go
see
marching
that.
in.
Yeah, Saints go marching in.
Oh,
Let's get some Nolans up in this shit.
Go marching in.
Why are you
All
like
the
this?
Saints go- Because
Why is Siren like this?
She don't give no fuck.
that, but also like as hilarious as it is to think of. Man, I actually hold on. I'm gonna get on my own Spotify and
The
listen to it.
skeletons are
Oh
playing
no!
trumpets.
Oh no!
Yeah, Freddie. It's just, I mean, Rattles and Shovelhead Larry are actually very good trumpeters.
Of course they are.
So.
They sound the charge bugle.
Nice.
Yeah. So you make your way, regardless. You make your way through the recovering streets of Dune Hollow. Your 2 skeletons dooting along the way.
The merry band of death.
I mean, skeletons playing music are a lot less imposing than.
Yeah, it's a lot less imposing when they don't have fucking lungs to blow with.
It's a lot more ridiculous, I suppose. But unless you actually have,
It's disarming.
unless you actually have any instruments to give them,
Do I have any instruments?
I don't think you do.
Siren
I
does
don't think
take
you
Have
do.
them play their ribs as xylophones.
Hold on.
Send
Hold
me
on
off.
while I.
Oh no! Are you really doing this? Are you
Send
really?
him off in style.
Are you doing this to me?
I do not have any instruments.
Okay.
But Zerth appears out of nowhere and starts playing. I'm just kidding.
No. Shut the fuck up.
Regardless, some streets look relatively unharmed, while others look mildly damaged. Some others are filled with people kind of picking up the rubble, just watching your quartet of skeletons walking by, putting out fires with nearby wells. There are a number of bodies being pulled from piles of fallen brick and stone. Others are searching and trying to recover pieces of their livelihood from their destroyed homes. You can also see every 10 minutes or so, as you're making your way through the citadel, Pockets of rubble and stone where worms may have burst through the ground. Dust and debris kind of scattering and surrounding the breach, as well as general destruction in the immediate area. While the destruction is kind of limited to small portions of the city, the sudden shock from the attack is, you can definitely see upon the citizens' faces. It's definitely being felt throughout the populace right now. It's being made slightly worse with the display of the skeletons.
Yeah, it's fine.
Well,
Skeletons aren't deep dwarves. It's all good.
As you make your way through the citadel towards the Doonheart district, you notice that there are small pockets of destruction growing more frequent. You also begin to notice more Iron Guard patrolling the streets, burning the kind of burning or collecting the corpses of fallen deep dwarves and the occasional large worm. A massive saddled spider here and there, all in order to just simply clear them from the streets.
Nope. The goat survived.
Thank goodness.
I was worried about him.
I'm gonna need that blue cheese.
Alright. While this is going on, I would like to actually do the call out for Nerold just in case.
Sure.
And Sao does the touchy earring and calls out specifically to Nerold if she's even close by chance. Nerold, if you can hear me, we are heading towards the clerical districts. I hope you're safe. Do contact us back if you can.
You wait a minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. 10 minutes go by. There is no response.
No, nothing.
Looking around at the street. Oh,
Range.
there we
I
go.
just hope she's just out of range. That's it.
Was that part allowed?
Yep.
She'll turn out. If not, we'll go.
Looking around at the streets, it's clear that the attack has indeed subsided. The attackers have all but been slain in battle. Eventually, you come to the outside of the massive closed-off emerald doors to the Doonheart Forge. You see a very, very large breach. Dust and debris kind of peppering the general area. A few fires that are still being put out by the Iron Guard, while calling out to others to calling out orders to one another. You also notice a perimeter of Iron Guard around the breach. You also begin to notice a number of bodies around the general vicinity. Some of them are deep dwarves, some are Iron Guard, others look to be civilians. And others are dwarves in these ornate emerald green robes who, strangely enough, mostly seem to be missing their heads, either partly or entirely. Great red stains showering their robes near the collar. The dead Iron Guard, civilians, and some of the robed dwarves are being taken to one side, lined up and kind of covered in sheets one by one. What's everyone doing?
I guess still going until we arrive.
Question: does it look like? Does it look like the? Does it look like the heads were cut off, like torn off? If they're exploded, like how did it look like the heads were removed?
Make a perception check.
Okay.
Or rather, this would be more of a...
Medicine.
Yeah,
Investigation.
this would be more of a medicine check.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not getting. I wouldn't say I'm getting close enough to.
3.
Ooh,
It's
3.
it's difficult to tell.
Okay.
There's just a mess of just blood everywhere. On each of these bodies, kind of scattered across the stone. No indication as to how the heads vanished.
It's extremely peculiar. Do they look? Does it look like they were? How are the bodies like arranged? Like, I know they're still picking up bodies and moving over, but the ones that haven't been moved, does it look like they were running? Did it look like they were like they're all facing one direction? Did it looks like they just kind of fell where they were? Like the
From what it seems, the bodies appear to be. You can generally see a sort of pattern in how they fell. It seems as though they may have been kind of they may have been running from different parts in the city towards the massive door towards the Doonheart Forge.
interesting.
You can see most of the Iron Guard and the robed dwarves are kind of on the outsides of the civilian bodies, as if they were guarding them.
And only the emerald robes are missing heads?
Only the emerald robes appear to be missing heads. Yes.
Interesting.
Could I ask a player question about that? For the ones in the emerald robes, do they appear to look anything like civilians, or do they bear any insignia or arms?
You do
Anything that would tip off an unusual identity?
They do not seem to be civilians. You do notice they all seem to have a uniform sort of bejeweled necklace around their necks. It's a symbol you've seen commonplace by now. The symbol of Dune.
Okay.
What is this, some kind of fucking self-suicide necklace? No cyanide pill?
No, what I'm imagining it's the fact that they had his head, and probably as a result, they took theirs. You know, symbolism and all that shit.
Yeah.
And by his head, I mean Nogder's. So, so they're just kind of like quietly thinking that to herself, and also the fact that if all these people are missing heads, then the High Priestess might very well be too. So she's just gonna kind of continue in.
Alright. Continue in through the double doors. The Iron Guard kind of open them for you. Just keeping a very, very close eye on the skeletons. Just from what you've seen as you kind of glance back, a number of other Iron Guards have now joined in the escort, just keeping their weapons drawn, just at the ready in case any funny business happens.
That's fine. Siren just idly thinks to himself that it took Balthazar dying for him to get a military escort.
As you do.
But yeah,
I don't know why
she's
that's
going.
funny to me.
But yeah, so she's kind of going in, She's going to kind of... Does it look like there's any surviving people with green robes?
Go ahead and make a perception check.
Right. Hey, nat 20.
Well, there seems to be a couple of surviving individuals in green robes, yes. You can also see a number of small kind of tents set up nearby, where Iron Guard are kind of treating injuries, kind of giving water to those who need it. You can also see, or rather, you hear something regarding. Something regarding third company being kind of talked, idle chatter between Iron Guards. Something about something called Third Company. You also see off to the side of the door, kind of in the very distant. It appears to be an Iron Guard individual, looks kind of wrapped up in kind of cloth and then other things. Young female, possibly in kind of early 20s, just shivering uncontrollably. You see a number of Iron Guard kind of gathered around her, just listening. One Iron Guard looks to be kind of looks to be in charge here. Kind of talking to her. You're too far out to make out what they're saying.
Okay. Okay, so mention of Third Company, and that's separate from the female Iron Guard doing like the crazy rocking motion in the corner, right?
From what you heard, there was chatter of Third Company, and with your natural 20, you would also see that the mention of Third Company is followed by a pointing motion over towards the kind of crowd around the young dwarf woman.
Okay. Siren is going to kind of motion to... God damn it, why does Balthazar have to be dead? We don't have any other charismatic people. Going to motion to Vellum and say, Vellum, if you could you go over there and see what they're talking about with that woman?
I could try, but the way I'm looking right now, I don't know if it's going to go well.
Just listen in, don't talk.
Right, sure. Back in a sec. He's going to very carefully make his way over, not because he wants to be caught, but because everything hurts. And I guess, yeah, I will try and glean what is being spoken about in the most subtle manner possible.
Alright, go ahead and make a perception check to listen in.
I would love to. I need to get off my back of Sheepers, though, before I go rolling up the stand.
Okay.
Boop.
13. Okay. You kind of shuffle over. You kind of look over this young dwarf woman, kind of possibly, and again, in the equivalent of her early 20s, kind of patchy sideburns that look like they've just started to come through. Kind of short black hair. Looks like she may have been the Greenhorn. This kind of comparing her amongst the Iron Guard. Yeah. You overhear a number of other kind of Iron Guard as they kind of walk past. You hear some of them say, "Aye, it seems that there was an attack on Third Company here during the siege." Yeah, aye, we're still trying to recover pieces of the event. Weren't many survivors of Third Company. What we found This one, the Iron Guard gestures towards the other Iron Guard, points over towards the young dwarf woman. And this one practically shitting herself hiding in a nearby alley. From what you gather, this may have been Greenhorn of Third Company. Slumped down by a few crates.
Greenhorn, right? Like the amateurs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Kind of head in her hands, just shaking profusely like she saw a ghost. A couple of Iron Guard are giving her water and you're just staying with her for the meantime.
Well, Vellum would like to... He's fighting his urge to, help. So he just sort of moves back to the procession. They're talking about just a group that got hit pretty hard. Apparently there's only one survivor and she's a fresh face. Couldn't get any more than that. I think there was acid in my ears, I don't know. But yeah, just basically relaying all that information and then hobbling backwards to keep distance.
Okay. So what's everyone else doing?
I'm sorry, I had to go to the toilet, so I'm a bit blank on what.
Alright, no worries.
Heard things murmured in the streets. I think we're still moving. I don't know if we've arrived yet.
I mean, we're at the temple, aren't we?
Well, you're just outside the door, and you saw this young dwarf woman you overheard talk about Third Company, and you wish to continue. Could you move through the door into the Dunehart Forge?
Yes, we will continue on.
Alrighty then.
There's a big one.
So you continue through the massive. You continue through to the massive chasm, the large magma chamber. This massive stairway looms overhead. You continue down, further down. You eventually reach the immense chamber, the Dunehart Forge. You can see a number of from the last time you were here, Siren, it was mostly travelers, people on their religious journey to come see the Dunehart Forge. From what you can see now, it is a number of injured civilians, kind of crowding in small portions of this this massive ring that surrounds the ruins of the forge. You see a number of priests and priestesses are tending to wounds, healing those who are in critical condition. You can see a number of grieving families who have probably lost loved ones, who are grieving over bodies kind of with sheets kind of draped over them.
The goat.
See,
As always.
it seems as though the priests and priestesses are working overtime here, using the extent of their divine magic to heal as many as possible.
Alrighty then.
Seems very much strained to the brim right now, trying to take care of all the refugees from the city itself.
Trying to flatten the curve. I got you.
You could say that, yes.
Timely. Siren is going to I'm guessing the concentration of, like, are there headless green robes out here too, like in here too, or is it seem that this was a little bit more untouched?
There do not appear to be any headless dwarves in green robes here. No.
Are there, is there any, like, blood or anything?
Beyond those bleeding profusely from wounds they've already sustained in the siege, no.
Okay. All right. In that case, Sarah's just gonna kind of look at the Iron Guard that undoubtedly have followed her in. She has, like, probably a nice contingent going now. Say, if one of you would please go look and find the High Priestess.
They all kind of look at each other, look to you. There is a grunt or two as one of them kind of heads off into the crowds, and it's at that point that one kind of green-robed priest of Dune, kind of rushes up, immediately sees that you are that your entourage is that of the undead, and he rushes over. He immediately kind of waves a hand and says, "You will dismiss those right now. We'll not have undead thralls in the halls of Dune."
Saren just kind of like does that slow head turn towards him. You've had them here so far.
Sorry, what was that?
In Dwarven, she says, "You've had them here so far."
Oof.
No.
You see, this is what happens when Balthazar's not around to check her fucking ego.
Yeah, she's also angry.
Mildly understandably
The
so,
priest
but
immediately
still.
takes a more stern tone with you and says, "Dismiss those? No."
Sal sort of walks closer and pipes up. Siren, I know you like to show off at times, but in this case, humble yourself a little.
At the whole humble yourself thing, Sarah just kind of like gives Sal just kind of a look of just disdain, and then she's gonna look back to the priest like, "Is the High Priestess here?"
Did you not hear?
No, did someone call for her?
Priestess hasn't been seen since the attack.
Fucking hell.
Sarah just kind of like shakes her head. It's just like, "Fine, we're going." And then she basically just turns around, and then she's going to look at the Dwarven guards. "So we don't have to waste more of your time. You, and you, and you." And she points to 4 iron guards. "Take their place." And she motions to the 4 undead, the skelly boys.
Guards kind of nod. You notice there is a slight relief in their demeanor as they take Balthazar's carrying his shoulders on his carrying his shoulders on theirs towards the leg towards the legs, and then they look to you expectantly.
As soon as that happens, Saren, just out of delightful spite, will take off and put her bag of holding on the ground. And we'll have the skelly boys get in.
I fucking knew you'd do that.
Question: did Styron give Valen's bag back yet?
Nope.
Welcome to Siren.
Yep.
You don't get your things back unless you specifically ask for it.
No, it's just I forgot. I was kind of
Exactly.
That she was
letting
banking on
important
that.
things happen. So
So yeah, and then they'll clamber in. Bones Jones will be sitting there, like right by the side, and he'll just be like kind of motioning for each of them to go in, and then he'll go in last with a thumbs up to Siren.
I like Bones Jones.
He's a
Well,
good
so
guy.
That is
Cool
good
guy.
poet.
I just
But,
imagine. I imagine people dropping from like an airplane.
go.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
that's basically
go,
it,
Go,
yeah.
go, go.
That's pretty much
That'd
exactly
be their
it.
new summoning
Yeah.
animation.
They come in on parachutes. Yes, I enjoy this immensely.
Why am I just picturing you having literally a fucking army in a bag of holding, and the first thing you do upon entering a field, the lone fucking necromancer against the horde of army is literally just take a bag of holding, turn it inside out.
And then the army
Yes.
just goes,
Tidal wave of bones.
The better thing to do is use a portable hull. You can get more
Yeah.
that way.
That's true.
I mean, yeah, but
They're more
you
expensive.
get
really.
the image of just Siren doing the fucking bunny magic trick of pulling her hand down into the bag of holding and then just whipping it forward, turning it inside out, and forth spews a literal wave of bone.
Yeah, you could also
Oh, yes.
several bags of holding.
Yep.
Doing.
Vellum, do you need help?
Once I get to sit down, I'll be fine. But sorry, can I think I can get my bag back now?
Oh yes, yeah. And she'll kind of like daintily, because it's still kind of acid coated, and toss it back.
A little grody. Just a little.
Thanks.
No problem.
Very. It's like when you're trying to put on a shirt that's wet. He's trying to put his bag on without hurting himself too.
Oh, because he's wet. Ew.
Well, no, because everything hurts, but it's
Giggity.
a similar action.
You're doing
No.
okay.
No, I'm not. I've been
Wow.
eating twice today, and I think I was running out of air, and Balthazar's dead. So, no.
Wow. You want something for those burns?
If you got anything, that'd be great.
Okay. Let's see.
Goblin spit.
I mean, you're not wrong. Let's see. Let's roll this shit.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
you've got
hey.
your fancy new healer feat, haven't you?
Nice.
Oh yeah, buddy.
1d6 plus 12.
Good dog.
Did you get that, Vellum?
Oh shit, I missed your whisper earlier, Jenner. I'm sorry. I wasn't scrolled down.
Damn it.
That's Lash.
You can also do /R. You don't have to write out roll.
Wow,
Or you
okay.
can put it between brackets.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hey,
yeah, almost max.
you healed for 17 HP, Vellum.
That's a good amount of health.
Yeah, that's why healer is good.
Mm.
Because it scales.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, kind of rub some ointment on you, put some band-aids on you, wrap your arms in some...
Some Tiger Bomb.
Yeah. I mean, probably not.
Bubble bomb.
Gobble Bomb.
I'm not where you got it from.
Oh god.
Uh,
Oh god.
yeah. Yes, put
I'm
some
just
band-aid
imagining
on
how
top.
Tiger Bomb looks like. I'm like, oh gross.
No, no.
You can
Yes,
also use
put
that
some-
if you want a condense roll.
That
Oh,
actually
okay.
feels better.
Yeah.
Just no
Tiger
spaces
Balm.
or
Just,
afterwards.
Yeah, just gonna put some cooling and some band-aid so it doesn't touch other things all the time. It could deal with burns a lot.
Yeah.
Lava.
Did
Lava
I just
stuff.
hear fucking Grunker tell Vellum to get good?
Yeah. It's okay. Not everybody can survive lava.
Not everyone can survive a dip in a lava pit.
Not everyone good like Grunka.
Yeah.
Anyway, thanks, Crooks.
Yeah, no worry. He kinda looks around. Are there any more injured people here?
Beyond the kind of refugees, you do notice a couple off to the side that are kind of talking amongst each other. You notice one has a very sort of red bandage kind of midsection. You notice he also his arm also seems to be in a sling. It looks badly burned.
I mean, I guess Grunka is gonna, since he doesn't have anything better to do, he's gonna go around and try and fix people as best he can.
Okay. So immediately, as you approach the first couple, talking amongst themselves, one of them immediately, the one who's been talking, immediately kind of looks towards you, Grunka, and is immediately starts backing up across the floor. It kind of shrieks out, "It's one of them! One of them! But they were outside."
What?
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 And immediately, a group of nearby people just turn, look, see you, and immediately kind of cluster off to one side.
Grunka's just kind of standing there with like his healing kit in his hands, and his like tattoo clearly visible, and it's just like,
One of the refugees from the group calls out, "Don't let him take me! Don't want to go down the hole!"
Oh,
Calm down, he's not with anyone. Fucking hell.
Saren
Nothing
is-
to worry about without everyone freaking the fuck out.
I don't.
Siren's just gonna kind of look at Grunka's like, Grunka,
Yeah,
their prejudice is not worth your time.
I don't deal with holes.
I mean, they are assholes, but
Oh well.
come, Grunka.
Then,
Let's go.
and then as you kind of begin to turn away, one of them kind of stands up, kind of comes forward from the group, immediately kind of hushes the rest and says, "Calm down. He's not got the A's."
Yeah, what? Who
Only
have what
Grunka
now?
knew Dwarven.
Yeah. Who
Speak-
have the what now?
Speaking trade tongue, you see the one that stood out was a halfling individual.
You said more like me. Who is more like what?
The halfling kind of cautiously approaches. You can see young lad, kind of tousled hair, kind of burned on one side of his face. You can also see slightly bandaged arm, not much blood. It looks like, but it's just severe bruising on his chest, his arm, and his leg. And approaches. You're
Want some
not
help with that?
sure, and he kind of holds out his arm.
Alright, you can talk while I do. Jenner,
Yeah.
how many hit dice does this lad have?
He looks to be of the common folk, and probably not many hit dice.
So like
So, like,
one.
one.
At best, he's got one.
That's a level 1 commoner right there.
Yeah.
You like overhealed him.
New vigor.
I've never felt so good in my life.
I
Gambo bomb is amazing.
I put him to level 2.
Yeah. As you spend the time to kind of heal his wounds.
Yeah, just splinter his arm and
Yeah.
put some salve and some fresh bandages on, and just,
And you can definitely
Is this how you level up a commoner population into level 2? Invasion.
you can definitely
Pretty much.
see that his injuries have definitely just completely recovered. You can see the splint itself, the splint that was on his arm kind of falls away, and he's able to move his hand freely. And he kind of leans into you as you're tending to him. He says, "You're not like the ones that attacked outside, are you?
Which one?
You know the ones that look like you.
The me? Not the dwarf? Man?
No.
people?
The ones with the rocky skin, aye. You're not like them, are you? I can see it in your eyes. You've not got the eyes.
I do have eyes, thank you. Tell me about them.
Well, I didn't see much. I was just running from the attack. We got ambushed outside the front gates of the Dunhat district. Bunch of.
Oh.
Hang on, I've lost my notes. Here it is. We were being escorted by some of Captain Brassheim's men. Apparently, they had orders to evacuate civilians here, but it's safer. And members of the priesthood came out and aided our escape. By the end, we were kind of ambushed by one of those fucking worms. The load of Ashskins came pouring from the breach like fucking cockroaches and attacked us. They weren't just Ashskins, mind you. Some of them looked like you. Like rocky skins and green skins.
It's not good.
Well, they didn't do much of the fighting though. That was the Ashskins doing. Most of... It's like their role was just taking people into the hole.
Did you say what was with their eyes?
Oh, right, the kind of shudders for a moment. The eyes, all the same eyes. Glowing purple eyes with black skin around them. Not the green ones though. Not the green ones. They didn't have the eyes.
Yeah, they don't need them. Well, okay, I see. Well, Gurka kind of looks to some of the other people and kind of waves his healing kit. So, anyone else?
It kind of
need some
of the individuals. You see a young kind of dwarven girl kind of step forward. Her mum tries to stop her, but she just kind of shakes her off. And very cautiously approaches. The crowd seems to kind of lean into this, expecting the worst to happen. Slowly approaches. And kind of sits next to you.
What's her injuries done?
She seems to have a broken shoulder. You can see her. She seems to be kind of holding it up to her stomach, kind of cradling it in her other arm. You see, she kind of winces as she tries to move it.
Oh, that's not good.
Looks to be about 12 or 13.
Well,
a fucking youngling.
Let's see if we can do something with that. Yep, we can. You know, 3 arms.
You have a new arm. Holy shit, Grunka.
You now have 3 arms. Good job.
The girl kind of says, "Thank you."
Yeah, it's okay. Goblin healthcare is best healthcare.
She kind of looks over to her mother, who kind of sighs in relief. Was Ashskins are really scary. Worms were scarier.
Yeah, big mean worm things.
The priests were there to protect us, though.
Oh, that's good. Did they use magic?
They did what they could to fend them off, but stood no chance.
Yeah.
Yeah, the gentleman you just hear kind of nods to her. Risa says, "Aye, the leader of the ambush, the one in the black cloak. Yeah." And the girl kind of intervenes and says, "He made their heads explode."
Oh. How? Why did he do that?
I don't know.
Oh.
You can hear her voice starting to catch as she seems to kind of recall these memories. A slight tear kind of forming in her eyes. You hear her say, I could feel him trying to wiggle his way into my thoughts, so he could do the same to me."
Oh. I see. Brain magic.
Hey.
Yes.
The gentleman kind of. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, seeing how you still have your head means that you are stronger than the others. So you should. Yeah. So you should.
So?
Yeah. You're here.
You should become adventurous.
Yeah. You should learn from this and get bigger and better. Maybe next time you will be the one who gets rid of their heads.
She kind of giggles for a moment at that. Maybe.
A dwarf getting a pep talk from a goblin. What is this, Reverse Wednesday?
Yeah.
I mean, the king got a pep talk from a demon.
Yeah.
Hey.
So yeah, you should not dwell on it too much, because you're here and you're safe.
Hope the High Priestess is safe.
I think so. She's good. She's strong. She used good magic.
The gentleman kind
She
of.
could.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no. She got the looks around. Dune on her side. one of them gods.
One damn god.
The halfling individual who kind of pats her on the back and just shakes his head and looks towards you. He took the High Priestess with him.
Oh, so that's where she is.
So many were taken, kicking and screaming.
You see, down the halls.
Looks like it was down into the breach, hey?
Yes, that's where we need to go. But yes.
The girl kind of reaches out, kind of tugs on your kind of your ragged kind of open shirt jacket. I don't know what to call it. And
Grunka wear.
Your grunk wear. She says, "Don't go down into the hole."
It's okay. We won't do yet. But if we don't, then maybe the people don't come back. You gotta go and take the people back if they got taken away. Stop dropping stuff.
Sorry.
It's okay. You're tired.
My arm's
You
still
should have a
recovering.
rest. Yeah, you should have a rest.
Okay. She kind of makes her way back off to towards her mother, who just rapidly kind of takes her in, just almost staring daggers at you.
Gurka waves.
Kind of huffs and ventures off into the crowd.
Gurka looks at the crowd, waves his bag. Anyone else?
Medic Without Borders with Grunker.
Grunkers without borders.
Yeah. So I'll say a period of time you kind of sit here, kind of healing a couple other more people. Just go ahead and roll your healer's kits 2 more times.
All right.
All of you just kind of been waiting patiently, just listening in.
Sao just looks a bit to Vellum and then Siren and back to Vellum. Well, of all the things that had happened today, I'll be honest, this is mildly weird.
No, weird was getting swallowed. This is fine. Perfectly fucking fine. And par for the course, and just fuck it. Done. If we can't do anything, then let's maybe sleep. I would like to sleep.
Yeah. Gurka's gonna go back to everybody else. So we got the brain magic. Bad brain magic. Because a child of Gek would rather die than to become a slave again. So these are controlled people, my people. And I don't know when or how they got taken, but yes, I feel like I have to do something about that.
Well, you sure call me impressed right now.
I did not expect my people here, especially not in the hands of the them.
I don't think it was, and then she sort of air quotes, your people in their true nature.
Well, brain magic, as I said.
Yeah. Well, we have a lot of things to catch up to then.
Yeah. For now we sleep.
Ladies,
And
I
now
can
we
feel
should-
the air going through my skin.
Alright. So you headed out.
Yep.
Yeah.
Basically having the guards bring Balthazar back to the Golden
Golden
whatever the
Lodge.
heck it was.
Alright. You continue your way, your promenade through the your parade through the streets. This time less frightened eyes upon you, Siren. The guards are in place for the skeletons now.
Ah yes, the racist marker is gone.
Yep.
Let's see. Eventually you're brought towards the Golden Lodge Inn. Balthazar is laid to rest on the bed. On his own on bed in his own room. You will look upon the state of his body, and it's a grim sight.
I'm fucked
Well,
up.
what was that?
I'm fucked up.
Yep,
Very much.
very.
Everybody be fucked up except me, apparently.
You were way in the back and fine.
I mean, Siren's
I
fine.
haven't lost a single health.
Siren's actually at full health and then some.
Yeah, but you did
Um,
get fucked up at one.
Yeah, but it heals because I'm awesome.
Because suck.
No, just because kill. But still.
What time of day is it, January?
It's very much in the early morning. The siege itself, the siege began about 10 at night. So you rested about 8 hours. 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, it's turned 6 o'clock in the morning.
Alrighty then.
And for that purpose, I also advanced the day as well on the calendar for you.
Okay.
I am gonna go to my room, I'm gonna pray, and I am going to sleep. I hope
One
I
moment.
don't give out, because I don't think I'll be able to get back up.
Hold on, Sable.
Venom.
True.
What's the difference?
So. Oh ho ho!
I'm kidding, I'm
Slight
kidding.
burn.
Yes, sir.
Actually,
Venom's not an idiot.
So, Siren's gonna look around at the group. Since it seems Balthazar is not going to be able to be resurrected here, I will be leaving for a moment. Well, I'll be leaving possibly for quite a while. I need to do some research. I need to procure some information and potential material components. As such, I will be leaving with Balthazar's body. One thing I do want to stress upon you is that I will be keeping in touch, and you don't have to worry of losing your funds. In fact, and she's going to pull out her bag of holding, and she is going to upend it.
Oh no, skeletons and bodies everywhere.
Yep, the Skelly boys are back, but
Ah, they have trumpets.
doot doot.
No, they're
But-
holding piles of gold.
But yeah, there is quite an expanse of money. She is going to keep 100 platinum, but I guess she's basically just like, she looks at Vellum. It's like, you can carry this in your bag. I expect, and she kind of looks around to Sauengraka, that you will be able to function for a while we are gone. If needed, look to the Hunter's Keep. Anything of that nature. I know the king is relying on some of you for protecting his daughter and possibly finding out what is happening below the city, but more pressing matters suddenly are occurring that I must address.
I
As
will ask
such-
you one thing while you are away.
Sure.
One, try not to get killed, but I doubt that will be an issue for you.
It won't.
And two, try not to kill people too much. Do know you're a bit touch happy, should I say?
I have no idea what you're talking about, so.
Right. And I'm blind apparently.
Maybe. But
You get my point.
I know. And so Siren is going to kind of look at everybody. Is there anything else you wish to know before I head out?
Yeah. How long do you think you're gonna be gone getting all these things?
Probably quite a while. I wouldn't necessarily wait up, is what I'm saying.
Well, you don't have to worry about us. I know you say you don't, but at least in your own best interest, you do at least a little, I think. He will sort of make his way back more to the central point of the room. He was already like halfway to the bedroom door by the point this started. Take care of yourself, and may sound weird, especially coming from me, but it won't be the same having you around here.
Yes, you'll probably have a lot more restful nights.
Or rest less, since now we're down, quote unquote, down 3 members of the party.
We'll figure it out.
I'm sure
Don't
it'll
worry,
be fine.
Sam.
I'll try and keep in touch with Nerold and see if she responds.
Of course.
As for the other holes in our group, like Siren said, we can head for the Hunter's Keep, see if get some extra bodies.
A few things to note. I will be keeping this, and she motions to the... Actually, She's like, actually, now that I think about it, and she reaches down to Balthazar's body, takes out his earring of whisper, and hands it over. There, for the next individual you have in your group, we'll also be keeping the sendings, or... Yes, earring of whisper.
Way rings?
No, I'm keeping that one.
Yeah, we're keeping the way rings.
Yeah.
Earrings of
And
Whisper. Is what she
yeah,
said.
I'm just specifically giving Balthazar's earring of whisper to the group.
Oh.
I'm fucking dead.
Yeah.
The king still has one.
We'll have to get that off him at some point.
Yes.
That's good.
Either way, you focus on getting him, well, back, for lack of a better word. And
Of
we'll
course.
hold the homestead.
Good to know. I'm glad. And she kind of looks at y'all, and then in one final thing's like, just try not to... I know I'll still be funding you with the proceeds we have from the mines, but just... Whenever you talk to a merchant, the price they give you at the beginning is not the price you have to pay.
You know you're talking to a merchant, right?
Am I, Vellum?
Yes, you are.
Okay, because prior experience says otherwise.
You've never seen me in action, have you?
I've seen you fail a lot in action.
Not that kind of action.
Are we talking
Either way.
battlefield, merchantry, or what?
Either way, we know what we're doing. We're not just armless little lambs.
Then I'll direct that to Sao and Grunka then, since you seem to be on top of things. And
I'll try not to pay full price for another scroll of Revivify,
good.
but that was to make a statement towards Balthazar at the time.
Oh, also, and she takes out the second scroll of Revivify that Balthazar had, and she hands it to Sao. If you happen to have someone else in the group that can use it once you find some replacements.
We'll make sure that it gets passed along when needed.
Good. And then she's going to kind of walk over, get what few things she wants to keep in her bag, and put them back in, and then in go the Scaly Boys. Go, 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 go. And
You're filing one by one.
And then she's going to like walk over, put a hand on Balthazar's chest, give like one final kind of like smile and wave to everybody, and then she's gonna teleport away.
And Siren
Yo.
is gone.
I think I'm actually gonna miss her.
Think, as much as I hate her ways and her fucking skeletons, she has grown a bit on me. And if you tell
I don't know
her,
if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
if you tell her I said that, I will stuff you into the bag and not pull your back out.
As long as you don't tell her what I said.
Deal.
She comes back. I had to. I'm just kidding.
I heard everything. You had your earrings on! No!
She has teleported to the outside of the door.
Yeah, just 2 feet away behind the door.
Yeah, now I know.
That past her.
I know I blew the ring, but it was so worth it. But just for ease, instead of having to fuck about with bookkeeping, just take the things that Siren would have taken out of the group, and then was it.
I'm also just gonna post a quick list.
Yeah, good to have them. Because I can keep them on my sheet, but I don't trust myself, so I would rather have it stay in the group loot where it belongs.
That's good. What all? So y'all got that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Take that.
Right, I am going to fucking bed. Then at that point he will just go through the door, and you can even hear like a slight grunt as he's trying from the other side of the door. He's obviously trying to get on his knees to run. And then it's just eventually there's silence.
And then snoring because he fell asleep while praying.
Probably. Right, I'm gonna flip a coin for that. 1, he fell asleep while praying. 2, he did not.
So that's what.
There
all
you
y'all
have it.
get.
He fell asleep while praying.
That's one long ass prayer.
Yeah, he just finished up and just like, I don't have the energy to lift myself off the floor. Jumph.
And Vellum is out for the remainder of the day.
Foreseeable future at this point, let's be honest. It has been a very long day. But yeah, nobody really knows that. You heard plaints of motion, and then after a while, silence. And maybe some snoring.
Okay.
What's everyone else doing?
Oh, you know, just
Being dead.
being dead.
Because you got 2 levels of exhaustion.
Meanwhile, Sao is just staying awake.
Gabbo's popping.
Ah, Gabbo. Intriguing.
Right, let's try this one more time. Please just answer me back.
And so there is none.
Nerod, if you can hear me, or even close by, to respond back, okay? Just give me a fucking sign.
Continue to wait for the best part of 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Your anxiety grows in your stomach. Half an hour goes by, and there is no reply.
Where are you? This is too much unlike you.
So is everyone bedding down for the night? Or the rest of the day, rather?
Sao is gonna be a bit restless in her half-empty bed by now, but yeah.
Okay. You're gonna rest for the... Oh,
Don't mind that.
No, sorry. I'm just gonna say Vellum's gonna wake up at sundown because, praying. But if everyone's still asleep, he will do something. But it depends on the time.
Okay. So you all bed down for the remainder of the day. Bellum, you wake up at what you think to be sundown. It's difficult to tell in an underground Dwarven city, but your body clock is experienced in this matter. It's routine for you at this point.
Ow, why did I fall asleep like this? This popping of his back as he straightens himself, forces himself to his feet, and he's gonna see if anyone's awake. And I'm not certain if, I imagine 8 hours have passed, but it's like, sort of 8 hours.
It's around...
Would everyone be asleep is the question.
I imagine, unless you say otherwise, I imagine everyone else will be awake at this point.
Sao is awake.
Grunk is out cold.
Oh, okay.
Sao is awake, however, she's just staring at the ceiling in bed.
We'll sort of notice nobody's in the main foyer area. There's an almost solemn emptiness to the scene that makes him sink in himself a bit before he starts going over to, well, Sao's door first. Grunk is probably exhausted because he was a tired gobbo, and will give a gentle, not like a knuckle knock, like the, you know when you have like the soft side of your hand, you give that sort of knock. It's a gentle one.
Come in.
Open the door slowly and peek in. Hey, just got up from a prayer and wanted to check in on everyone. Then you will notice the state she's in and sort of slip in and close the door, looking more concerned.
No responses. I've called out a half dozen times ever since she went off, and nothing. I know there's a limited range on the rings, but still, the chance of proximity is...
You will sit down on like the edge, on one of the sides of the bed. Have you slept?
Barely. But I didn't rest enough. I'm just worried.
I think it's not gonna be enough for a while, sadly. Best we can do is keep going, try and find her, and see what we can do.
Balthazar is dead. Neil is missing. Siren went out to wherever to find materials to bring Balthazar back.
And it's just the three of us now.
Grunk has practically fallen over tired from, for one, getting dropped in lava and surviving.
Hell, I'm only awake because of the usual habits.
You're a fucking fool, that's what you are. But you have your moments.
Well, I'd rather have my moments than not. It may seem like some nonce flapping around in the breeze, but I was actually pretty competent once. He will try and sort of laugh and chuckle, but there's like a slight pain one. The soreness of after sleep plus all the shit.
Did you know, part of the everyday things I had to endure with family was sort of like this. We'd strain ourselves to the breaking point we could reach. We'd rest for a single day and we're right back to it.
Stirring up all them memories, eh?
Yep.
Well,
I miss home times, but it's not like I can just go back.
it's never that easy.
No, never that easy, and between everything I've done so far, I've likely pissed off my father to the point where he might as well have sent the assassin himself.
I doubt he'd have gone that far. He sort of pauses a moment before speaking up again. So, you mind if you tell me a bit about how it is, you know, back home for you? The only thing I had was stories from my mother, and even then that was secondhand. There's a slight sinking in his posture as he's a little bit staring off in the distance.
Back home is different depending on who you'd ask. In my case, it was spent amongst brothers who would compete for father's good grace. And between books and tinkering. I didn't really spend much time outside. Beyond the few occasions that a certain ceremony was due or traditions granted that the whole family would step out. But I can tell you this. Imagine if you were to throw yourself out into the wild. Live by the rule of the strongest survive and the perishes. It is like that. Live a bit toned down the everyday.
There had to be good things though, right? It wasn't all chaos and combat.
There's camaraderie. A strong sense of family. No one gets left behind if they can manage it.
That's one thing that I kinda get. I mean, I never really experienced much of it myself, but I was always thinking that way. Like, she was trying to hold on to something.
Think of it like this. There is no such thing as just the family bond. It's like an extended family to everyone around. In my father's case, strategy. They planned he would think ahead, point where he often spoke in tune with the generals. But to him, everybody around the war tables was part of his family. Brothers, uncles.
Guess that's why you're so much better at this than me. He will sort of flop back on the bed, staring at the ceiling of the world. I never had any of that growing up, so all this strategic thinking and family bonds with folks that ain't family, it's nothing I ever seen. I had my mother, and the closest thing I had was Dina back in the day, but eventually she left and just managing on my own for a while. How do you manage it? Just the chaos, the intensity of the fucking adrenaline rush.
I wondered that myself. At times I just don't. I just let it slip from my mind and do something else.
Getting lost in your books and your tinkering.
Yep. Getting lost in what makes me feel comfortable.
See, that makes a little more sense to me. Someday we'll go back. Me to see it from my own eyes, and you when all this mess is sorted out.
If it gets sorted out.
When it gets sorted out. He will turn his head to give a reassuring smile as best he can with his marred features.
There is no smile on Sao, but rather a deep concerned look. I say if because of the things that need to be done. I would need a pardon which hasn't been done in I don't know how long.
Doesn't mean it can't happen. We've seen a lot of shit in this
Yes,
couple months.
but compared to back home, traditions come first.
I won't say it'll be easy or quick, but you're smart. I know you figure this sort of stuff out, and when you do, I'll be there.
There are rules to magic. There are rules to the laws of the world around us. But with traditions it is different. The rules are set in a social set of stones. To change them would be to alter the very culture. It's doable, but it will take years. I don't have years. Especially with what happened recently. And she sort of brushes a hand over her stomach to where she got literal stabbed.
There is a very deep scar.
I remember. Venom will sit up a bit more of a less jovial state of being. Look, even if she does show up, she's not gonna get you. You'll live long enough to get things sorted. And you say it'll take years? Well, that's fine, it'll take years, but it'll happen. Just gotta keep open.
At the rate we're going, I might not live to be that age.
Yeah, well, not to speak ill of the god, but it's just us now. Sure, we can keep going at a solid pace for what we're doing, but I'll admit there's a little bit less pressure with Balf signing us up to every job we can find. We got some time to breathe, sort ourselves out, and be better for it, you know? Let me tell you something. It's a story from back when I was back home. Every day I'd be at the forge. I'd be learning, improving, making all the mistakes in the world. And I would be trying so hard to make something of myself. Something that wasn't what my father was, something that wasn't what my mother was. Just something that was mine. But over there it's a lot harder than you'd expect, and if you're not careful, working too hard at once will screw you. It's just something that's obvious, but some people just don't understand that people need to breathe. They need to cool, they need to take some time to step back and see what they've done to really appreciate it and learn from it best they can. Of course I got heat stroke to learn that, but you know.
Like I said, you're a fool with a stroke of genius.
Well, maybe you're a genius with a stroke of fool. Get some rest. We don't have to be anywhere.
It's at that point that you hear against the door.
No one's fucking home!
Melon.
Yeah, I know, I should answer it.
Sao gets up and walks to the door and opens.
Velma will go see who the fuck has disturbed them when they need rest.
You come
Yes.
face to face with the blue abs.
Hi.
Liska's going to kind of bend down like, hello. How are you doing after the battle?
Velma just sort of stands there, still fucking wrecked by acid burns and tattered clothing.
Sao just looks to Willem and looks back up now. Recovering.
To your surprise, Liska, Velum is completely bald.
Yeah, it's not a pretty sight. I imagine, honestly, the baldness is probably the best part of it, given he's been.
Definitely, yeah.
It's like, oh, you look like actual orc now.
Yeah, hopefully I can get something done about my hair. I need it, but I just need to sleep. So feel free to come on in.
At the comment of him now looking like an orc, a proper one, Sao is visibly trying to hold back a giggle.
Yeah, you're lucky my humor's gone better with the rest. Anyways, come on in, make yourself comfortable. We're a little fewer on people now.
So, Liska comes in. She physically has to bend over to get through the door. She's not alone though. You see, following Liska, a tall kind of human fellow, dressed in kind of regal red and gold robes, long, tall white hats trimmed with gold. Very much akin to like a Catholic bishop type entity. You can see wearing a full face mask, holding a kind of bright kind of gold staff, tipped with the shape of what looks like a chalice.
Who the fuck is this plague doctor motherfucker?
Oh,
I didn't say that.
That wasn't a character.
Oh no, it's fine. Like, Liska is going to be like, oh right, this is why I forgot your name. I'm sorry.
Lean forward. That's quite fine. Ajir.
Ajir.
Yes.
He comes recommended by the king.
Well, so just gives him a look up and down.
Hello. It's nice to meet you. I am Ajir. I'm here as was sent by the king. I was told you might need a little bit of a hand.
We do. However, it's sort of off-putting for me to meet somebody dressed as you are, but not as I don't want to say arrogant as Balthazar.
Flamboyant.
Yes. You're way too soft-spoken compared to him. It's sort of weird to me.
Not sure who you're talking about, but
I'm sorry to hear that, by the way, of his passing.
It's okay.
You can tell that she's not actually sorry. It's just like more compulsory. She didn't like Balthazar.
Sao knows. It's fine. He went down in I want to say a blaze of glory, but rather in the stomach of the worms. So
You have to watch out for the big ones.
oh my.
Oh, I know that too well.
Yeah, you seem to be eating quite a lot.
yeah.
Yeah, it's not a trend I want to keep going.
Vellum here was eaten too.
That's
I was twice by different things.
who you speak to.
Jesus.
Fuck him.
Jesus.
I have better or
He's a pale boy.
He's wearing a mask.
It's the most
Oh, okay.
that's the most up to date art I've found of it. Apologies.
Yeah, let me send you that. Why did I dab? Let me send you this. I literally just said-
Did you dab?
Did you?
yeah, it was very lazy.
Oh.
Dab.
You physically dabbed in real life.
Yeah,
That's why we can't have nice things.
that's what the clap was for.
Alright.
Oh, make yourself comfortable. I mean, Siren's not here either. She went off to tend to matters, so
No, when will she be back?
We have no idea.
not for a while according to her, so she basically left us in charge. sort of.
Like, oh, well, she was nice. I liked her. Good conversationalist.
Yeah, she
A
was.
bit of a asshole at times, but you know.
I mean, I don't. Okay.
Let me put it this way.
No, we
Sarah
just-
Sarah just sort of holds her hand in a sort of prayer manner and just points them towards Liska. Let me put it this way. She deals in necromancy and then just does the double thumbs pointing to herself, and I'm an orc.
I can see how you would not,
There are conflicts of interests.
Julia. I can understand that. But you know, when we talked, we didn't really discuss that sort of thing. But
Yeah.
Well, we can definitely use the help. We were down a few now. But honestly,
oh yeah,
not
the
anytime
king-
soon. Still need to recover from everything that happened. But if you're willing to help us, then that's all the better.
The king was discussing about whether or not. Well, he asked me to talk to you about if you will still be going to save his daughter.
Vellum will look to Sao. Bit of uncertainty. Thinking maybe. What do you?
We plan to, but currently she just sort of looks to Vellum and then looks to where Grunka is resting still. One has fallen into a pit of lava and then had to crawl their way back up. The other got swallowed by a woman, had to be dragged out. So
I mean,
we're still sort of
it is very understandable that you would like a bit of respite.
at least another day or so to fully get back to it and
We can't help
recuperate.
anyone unless we're at our full.
Understandable.
Maybe we
Uh,
can get you awake, Vellum. Eh?
I mean, I think you look better without hair. I'm just going to say.
Well, I appreciate
like
the
real
compliment,
orc.
but I need it for forging.
You need your hair for forging?
The way I work, yeah.
Liska's just gonna kind of tilt her head, and then like, why do you need hair for forging?
Zhao is just gonna wave towards her to get her attention. Don't ask too many questions. He is.
No, that's fine. If you're curious, I'll tell you sometime, since it seems like you're gonna be sticking around a while. But yeah, long story short. Hopefully I can get somebody to fix it or something with magic. I don't know how it fucking works. But yeah, once we're recovered, we'll be helping with the king's problem.
Okay. Interesting. Would you like? I mean, I don't know how much more time you have in this very fancy and apparently very expensive apartment, but we also have rooms at the Hunter's Keep if you wish to stay there, free of charge.
I actually think I know how much this place is costing. It was set up by Rasmund, but we'll take a look into it, and if it's a little too steep, we'll swing by the keep.
I believe this is going to be quite extravagant. You might do better with a little more humble lodgings,
I would.
at least
so
in
agree to
preparing
that.
for the long run.
I would so agree to that. But Balthasar is the one jumped at the chance of staying here.
Well, he wanted to make sure we were all comfortable, especially after that fucking icy trip. But now we've settled in, sort of. Sure, the beds are nice and the place is private, but yeah, it's still weird for even me to get used to.
It's overdone by my taste.
I mean, it's okay. I've seen more extravagant elsewhere, back in the Ragnarok.
Yeah, probably would be.
As far as I'm told, Ragnarok, everything is paved in fucking gold.
Well, in like the City of Indulgence, they more use a lot of marble and whatnot in. But it's never mind. Well, if again I am sorry to hear, and like is Siren somewhere in the city or is?
She She likely used the teleportation stones. So she's
Oh.
in Cliffspire by now.
Yeah, probably.
That
Oh.
or she is back at the lighthouse in.
Either way, she's a long fucking way away from here.
Alright, then that is okay. Alright, I understand now what you mean.
She, as she said herself, was going to Imperial to possibly resurrect Balthazar.
Oh. Well, you know, best wishes.
Oh yes, best of wishes, because as far as I know, resurrecting somebody is a small feat. Knowing her, she is
No.
likely well on her way to trying.
No, it's not. May I intrude on your conversation just one moment?
Feel free to.
You said Siren? Is that right?
That is the name she has given us. As far as I know, it sounds a little too demonic. But what do I know?
Okay. That's all I needed to know.
I had had my suspicion that it's not her real name for a while, but I never really bothered to ask because she and I have never really gotten on the talking foot.
Well, I'm probably in the real name. But speaking of that, so turns his attention to the newcomer. We obviously know Liska already, but you're a new face, so I mean, since you're going to be working with us, tell us about yourself.
So you say new face as you look onto the blank sort of
There was the hint of irony in that
yeah,
comment.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah. The blank how would you describe it? Like a kind of polished clay.
Like a leper mask.
Yeah. Looks like a polished sort of marble material on the face, kind of trimmed.
You secretly have leprosy, Atlas.
With ornate gold.
Oh no.
Not secret.
But yes, back in character.
I'm sorry. What was last said?
Velen was basically saying, since we're on that sort of subject, we already know Liska, but you're a fresh face. Why don't you tell us about yourself? Since we're going to be working together.
Yes. How rude of me. I'm sorry. I'm Odger. I'm an Inquisitor. I'm from the Carthan Commonwealth. I have heard many interesting things from him. I am here to sort of see how Malin is doing.
Well, I can sum it up in about 3 events for you. Bone Kraken in Port Mortney, Arcana Love Conspiracy in Cliffspire, and Crofus is dead.
Ah,
Those are the 3 main big events we ourselves have experienced so far.
And there's the shit that happened today.
There's also the invasion happened. Invasion. Attempted coup.
that's a lot of things to deal with.
In the span of a few months, yes, it is.
I'm sorry for your stress. How have you handled all of this?
About as well as you'd expect.
Yeah, handle it like adventurers would. Either trying to drink away the sorrow or simply moving on to the next.
And you can see why we'd want to breathe before taking on anything.
I certainly can. That's very tiring. Are you all doing well?
Physically or mentally.
Yes.
The
About as
answer
well
is-
as you'd expect. We're not dead, so
I am very much coping. The fact that my lover is missing and has been missing since she went to get help. The guards, according to the invasions,
Oh, the tiny one.
yes, she is missing and I have not heard from her since.
once things calm down, I think we're probably going to take some time to look. Sort of look confirmation, like for confirmation from Sal.
I do hope I can find her at some point.
Was that one? Was that the little umber scale?
Yes. Wait. You know her name?
Oh no. I'm sorry to hear that you've lost someone close to you. It's a very difficult thing.
How
Perhaps
do you know her
we
name?
might. I am very curious. I learn a lot of things. You might have pondered the thought that you've done some very interesting things lately. People are starting to hear about you.
But she has only mentioned her name twice. Her full name twice.
Yes.
It was a slip of the tongue. The other was to me only.
Yes.
The only other was that would know her name, Balthasar and Siren. The rest of the Black Hand group before that currently was reduced to only Siren and Balthasar. And herself. How do you know her name? There's this piercing look from Sao at this point.
Calm down, calm down. I am simply part of a group that is responsible for learning things. Just to see how everything is going and making sure the place is safe. When you have a group of people who somehow reportedly stop an infernal invasion, you become famous in circles. Lots of information can spread. I assure you there is nothing for you to be concerned about. I have no ties. All of this is just secondhand or things I've read.
Call me curious. The way you are dressed tells me otherwise. You are not a cleric per se. Demeanor is different. Sorry for the questioning, but are you perhaps part of a inquisitive force of some kind?
Yes. I'm Inquisitor Archer, and I am part of the clergy. I assure you, I'm official, sanctioned, many years.
Are there any religious markings on his vestments in particular?
You mean besides the
His-
giant cross?
Besides the giant
Yes.
cross. I
Or
don't
you know,
think
the
his
shoulder
player
pad,
clothing counts as totally symbol.
staff, or the hat.
He's got a staff.
Okay.
Oh, that's a much
This
better
is just
image.
me being stupid and not knowing the lore
Yeah.
as well.
I mean, I posted it. The more recent, the one that I could get to fucking send, I had to downsize.
oh right,
it,
yeah, I
because
see it
like,
now. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'll stick it in your. Oh, there we go. You've already done it. Okay.
I already have.
Yeah, I see
I
it
am
now.
on it.
Sorry about that. It feels kind of obvious now.
There you go.
But yeah, what would I know of the order he belongs to, if anything?
Make a religion check.
I would love to. Something I'm great at because it's a -1, but you know. well, I'm not a little bit
16,
of a
not
minus
bad.
stuff.
From what you can see, the symbol upon his upon the front of his garb, the large red cross-like symbol, that is what's called that is what's referred to in Angelicist circles as the Gabriellum. That is the main symbol of the religion itself. The center of the central authority of Angelicism is the High Chalice, which finds its place in the which finds its center of power in the Dawnlight Cathedral in Bulkreath in the Carthan Commonwealth.
Okay. And obviously there's heated tension between particular faiths, and yeah, I'll be sending messages to you, Jaina, during the course of this. But
there is, I will say, because you did roll 16, which is pretty good. There is certain tensions between Alshamic worship religions and Angelicism. Very much.
Oh, I'm aware, but I'm going to be asking some follow-up questions.
All right then. Okay.
But for now, Velen will simply observe and, let him discuss with Sao particulars. So he will rescind himself from conversation for the time being.
Okay.
Sorry if my questioning seems suspicious. It is.
Oh no! It's quite fine. It's good to question. I promise, I don't have anything involved to do with the disappearance of your companion. I only arrived here about a day and a half or so ago.
That was some bad timing.
Yes, indeed.
Or good, if you think about it.
Now, since I am not a assigned leader of the Black Hand, I will ask you one question that is from me. What are your particular skills?
I have a particular set of skills. Like a nightmare for people like you. Sir.
Do you have a particular set of skills?
I'm a man of faith, so I'm good when it comes to some healing. I have a bit of healing magic. I'm skilled when it comes to understanding the world. I'm not the sharpest at always seeing things, but I'm good at finding, and I'm quite good at knowing. I'm learned in magics, not just the practice, but also theories. I know very much about faith and history of the world. I suppose I can be quite, what's a good word for it? I have very specific skills, but they tend to err more on the side of helping others reach their potentials.
Are you a well-traveled?
Oh, yes. I am very proud to say that this is not my first time to Mayland, and I've been to many places across several seas.
And Zhao just looks to Velen. It seems you have a companion of faith.
That I'll need to talk to you about later, sir. But it seems like he's got a lot of skills that could be useful to us in this next job. So it's good that the king sent him over. Either way, do you have any questions for us?
I suppose I should ask a few. It seems that the priest has gone missing here. And I recently discovered this. I was sort of asked if I would be able to help investigate this. Find any answers, maybe see if I could help retrieve them. It seems like you might have a similar goal, but would you be heading in that direction by chance?
Well, last we know, the High Priestess here was dragged on the ground
Yes.
during
An
the
unfortunate thing.
and with the king's daughter missing, she is likely in the same place or close proximity too. Ergo, it would make good sense to go looking for either of them. It's likely we will find both.
I hope we do.
As for
But-
you might be just what we need to make that possible.
I am quite proud of my ability to help hold people together. I helped quite a bit of the local folk here. Maybe I need to go to the mines to investigate. I have requirements there. Maybe if you're going there, I could sort of join you, and we could join each other, work along for a little bit, and sort of scratch your back thing.
Lend a hand to one another in a time of aid. Yes.
What a fantastic way of putting it. I like that.
I do need to stretch my legs and look. Do you need something from the mines, Velen?
From the what? Sorry, I was thinking.
Do you need something from the mines? Metals? Anything special?
End of the mines already?
I need to stretch my legs and get some air.
Do you want me to come with you?
With the way you look, you'd probably scare some dwarves half to death.
Yeah, I can come.
Well, yeah. If you would, that'd be great.
It's too
Steel,
confined in this
iron,
place.
or
Grunk is gonna start to come out,
Yay!
wondering what all this is.
Granka.
Yeah.
Archer,
Oh.
you see, kind of entering into the room. You've never seen anything like this before. You've only ever heard of goblins as a nuisance, often raiding caravans in the nearby. Oh, hang on, let me grab the map. There we go. You've only heard of goblins in the context of being raiders from the Southland pine forests to the south of Bulkreath. They're often portrayed. They are very, very, very much considered a nuisance, a pest, very much evil creatures. But you've never seen this type of goblin before. No green skin in sight. Instead, the skin is very rocky, very, very hardened. Pitch black eyes. Oh.
Yeah, no red eyes, just black eyes.
You are initially put off by this.
There's a moment of pause where his finger comes up. He stops and he turns. He looks to the two orcs. He looks back.
Sao just sort of answers without actually looking. Don't worry, he's not dangerous, at least unless you make him angry.
Squats down.
Who's porcelain face?
This is Inquisitor. He is sent here by the king to aid us.
Oh. He's an inquisitor.
He asks a lot of questions.
Oh, one of these people.
Hmm.
I see.
Oh, just fascinating.
Oh no.
I have never seen. No. I have never met someone like you before.
Good.
And he holds out his hand.
Yuka looks at the hand.
Does he know how to?
He knows how. He's just
Yes.
on
As he
Yeah.
kind of takes his outstretched hand and pulls it back and kind of dusts off his chest. I see. I understand.
Yeah.
And he
Yeah,
stands back.
I'm social distancing right now, so.
Oh yes.
Fuck you, Gavo.
he prefers to do
Inspiration.
prefers to do things his own way most of the time when it comes to engaging with people.
I respect that. I didn't mean to impose. I was trying to be friendly.
It's okay, but why do you hide your face?
It is a religious reason. It's important in my culture. It represents not staring, not being rude, not sort of blinding yourself to an outward's beauty.
Or it means people can't read you that well, so it's easier to lie to them.
Oh, well,
There's always
Let-
three ways to look at things.
I see. Well. Hi.
God damn it, go.
I hope we can be friends.
Sure. So, who are you?
I'm Archer. I'm from the kingdoms to the east.
Oh,
Yeah, but same thing. I'm a friend. I'm a friend of the king here.
I see.
We work together, and I was concerned because I had heard about invasions. I specifically about an inferno, about great daemons being summoned.
Oh, Grogu's gonna put his bag down. He's gonna take out the spine devil barbs. Oh, these.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Ranka is a bit of a collector, you can say.
I completely
down.
understand. And he's already gotten his little white book out, and he's writing in it.
Yeah, Grogu
It's
pulls out. Grogu pulls out a small draconic skull. Kind of looks at it and then puts it back.
Could I see that from the side? Just hold it up to the ankle a little bit as he's already writing these, sketching things down.
Slowly
empty quill
pulls
on
the
his
skull back up while he's like maintaining eye contact with the guy,
That's
and he's
fascinating.
like slowly turns it.
I've never gotten to see one of those in person.
Oh,
Sao is just looking at Liska with the of this guy is weird.
Liska, like, this whole time, Liska's been looking kind of askance at this guy because, you know, Angelicist. But she's just kind of like, at that, she just kind of like gives a, like, fuck, I don't know. Like, look, just like it's just something. Like, what you gonna do? Like, she, Beliska will kind of come over, is like, kind of lean down, I guess, because she fucking has to.
Oh, hi, Liska.
Oh,
Hey.
oh, hello.
Hey.
Like, I didn't see you.
Yeah.
You're so tiny.
I mean, you're real big.
Maybe.
Yeah, Lissa's horns are well. Lissa has to duck her head, otherwise her horns would just scrape the ceiling. In fact, her horns are already scraping the ceiling, even with her head ducked.
She is.
That is unfortunate.
She's a big lass.
Yeah. Good thing it's made of stone.
Goddamn dwarves. They're tiny homes.
Fucking dwarves.
Tiny homes for tiny people.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'd like to be called laterally challenged, thank you.
Vertically challenged people.
Oh, they're literally gifted, boy.
But there's but yes, are you? I heard that you fell into lava.
Oh, yeah.
It's
it
good
was,
to see you whole.
Yeah. Good thing. Kinda holds up his hand. Good thing I have had ring.
Yep.
Otherwise,
Probably
Yeah.
be a lot less of you.
yeah. Lava is not good for swimming.
I am still mostly impressed by the fact that you actually survived the fall itself. It's a good, what, 100-something feet?
Maybe. I'm not good with distance. But it felt a lot shorter. But
Felt.
yeah, yeah. But yeah, I mean it hurt. But I was
Oh yeah, I bet it hurt.
I was really angry, so it didn't hurt that much. But it's a weird feeling landing on lava like it's solid. I don't know if I ever expected it.
I'm not sure any of us expected that.
And
Yeah.
to be fair, the people that do probably don't survive it.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, here I am.
But this is good. So you have at least one of. How many total do you have now? Let's see. 1, 2, 3. This one and me 5. I think this is a good so you see strike team of people.
Yes, well balanced so far.
Yes.
Gronk is gonna be helping me on the front lines. Yes.
Yes.
Big and
Between
small.
the two of you, I do not know who's stronger. Not just by size, but
I'm sure they'll find out.
that would be something.
So
Hmm?
her arm is bigger than me.
I know. But I saw you lift a tree.
I mean, yes, but she could lift a more tree.
Lift a more tree.
That is a good point.
This could just kind of like shrugs, like, yeah, it's true.
She could beat a tree.
For some reason, I wonder what it would be like if she threw you at something.
Would rather not find out.
It'd probably be very fast.
Yeah.
It'd be like some kind of ball.
Oh no.
It'd definitely be special.
Oh no.
Like a fast special ball.
I don't know, I ain't a wordsmith.
I fucking hate you and love you guys for that.
I could not.
Don't toss the gobo.
I mean, only if you want me to, Gronk. I will only toss you if you want me to.
Okay.
pretty sure it would scare somebody shitless nonetheless.
Having a goblin land on their face.
I mean, when was the last time you saw a flying goblin come at you?
I haven't really seen many goblins at all outside of Granka, so never. I've seen other things flying at my face.
I will refrain from asking.
I mean, I work for the Hunter's Keep.
I know. At this point, it could be anywhere from, I don't know, an ooze to
Dragon.
kobold.
I mean, it seems like you are asking. Do you want me to tell you?
No.
Okay.
So, Inquisitor, are you done sketching and writing?
He's still muted by his
Sorry,
mask.
Yeah. I was having a snack and didn't want to crunch. Yeah, he's well done. He's put his book away. Yes. Sorry. I get very interested by things, and I can overstep sometimes. Sorry, I don't mean to.
The mind of a thinker. I know it well.
Oh. Maybe we could discuss things at time then. That would be fun.
Perhaps. Now, daylight is burning after all. Shall we?
Yes.
Just see what you can get metal-wise from me. So don't worry too much about it. Just stay safe, yeah? I'll be here.
Yeah. I'll see if I can get you something that is workable. It is a Dwarven city after all, so it likely will be.
Thanks. Keep in touch, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So who's heading out?
I am, and I'm pretty sure the Inquisitor, and I know Liska offered.
Mm-hmm. She's coming.
Okay.
I do not know about Grunka.
I think he would rather stay because he is still
You know,
exhausted.
Sleepy boy.
Yeah. And someone needs to guard the
He's
forest.
self-isolating.
Self-isolating.
I don't want to know the goddamn dwarf
The
germs.
dwarf virus.
Yeah.
Okay, so Liska.
Oh, and if you find anybody who can maybe do something about my situation, sort of gestures at his boldness.
I'll see what I can do. At worst case, you can wear a bandana.
Yeah, well, it's open.
You could ask Angrim.
I feel like he'd take offense to it.
I mean, maybe he could give you some good polish.
I'm looking to
can
cover
polish you
it, not-
off.
Looking to cover it, not that.
Well,
Anyway, enjoy your walk.
well. People can't look at it and won't see it.
Get a wig. You need a wig for your smithing?
Gronka mutters as you all venture out into the city proper. You can definitely see as you kind of venture into the city, full recovery effort is taking place now. Things have mostly been cleaned up. Rubble's being set aside in large piles. You can see again there is continued effort by the Iron Guard to help the citizens of the city deal with the fallout. Well, rather the immediate fallout of the attack. Most of the destruction is again it's isolated in small portions. You venture through towards the Silver District, where presumably the mine is. Venture into through into what looks like it's odd. It appears as though the mines were originally established here, but as as the miners have been further delving deep into the rock, into the stone. It's as if homes were naturally just kind of built up here as these caves have been picked clean over the many years. See let's get some better ambience.
I will say this, I can admire the dwarves for their fast work. They're quick to clean up after such a deal. Wasting a second.
Life is definitely beginning to return to the city proper, as more and more people have been notified that it's now safe to go out, that the attack has been won against, and life begins to return to the various markets and such. And new opportunities have now sprung up. You can see, Arja, you've been here for a day or two, but you've been looking over the sights, the various smells, the various the displays of interesting dwarven culture, especially amongst the cinder markets where you now kind of traipse through. It seems as though new tents have been set up here, selling food, goods, wares at a lower price. Some sketchy-looking people are trying to profiteer from this event that's taking place.
Oh, that's not good. But I'm not going to get involved. That's their choice.
While they're walking, Sao will just look to the Inquisitor with a bit of a raised brow. So I must ask, the mask, do you wear it at all times, or do you take it off whenever you are alone to eat?
No, I wear it. I have to wear it. It's an old-time thing.
I had the feeling it was.
It's disrespectful not to.
Don't you need to eat? I think the mask would make it difficult.
Not entirely, no. There's certain things that I can do that makes it a little bit easier. You know, if worst comes to worst, I can adjust the mask if I need to. You know, it is just a mask.
I see. I just thought it a bit odd. Must ask when in doubt. Is that not so?
That is a very, very good approach to it. In honesty, it is a little bit odd. Not everyone chooses to wear the mask all the times. But I do. It's a more personal reason.
Would ask if it was a deformed face, scar. You have your reasons.
It's not so much that as it is reverence. That is the best way I can phrase it.
I think I get it.
I don't. It's weird.
Well, hopefully I don't make you feel too weird along the journey, so try and be considerate.
Yeah, you're an angelicist. What can you do?
My father would look at me weird like this. One side, a demon. The other side, an angelicist. What has the world come to?
Now we just need to find a bar to walk into.
You have your other orc friend, so you're not alone.
I know. Only he is not full-blooded.
That's right. But he looks more like an orc now, though.
He does.
Why? Okay, perhaps you can tell me. Why does he need his hair? Like, does he use it as like kindling for the fire or something? Like, what's? Does he not
I
know how to
believe
start a
it-
fire without his hair?
I believe it's a mix of personal reasons and beliefs. But honestly, him with hair or without hair, I do not know. He uses a glass lens to light his forge. I will not ask questions. Not on that point, because I asked beforehand and the answer I got made little sense until I thought about it, and even then I didn't quite get it.
I guess I'll have to get used to a lot of odd things.
If you want
With-
odd, ask him
Sure.
about the fight at the lighthouse.
What about the fight at the lighthouse?
He ran right ahead into the arms of what we learned was a Death Knight of sorts.
Oh my.
Started swinging his blade at it like it was nobody's business.
How'd that go?
Well, he nearly collapsed on the floor afterwards.
Hmm. It seems. Yeah,
Really?
it seems like it would. He's not. He doesn't seem like an actual fighter. Like he seems like.
He is more of a
Seems
blacksmith
more like a
than a fighter.
blacksmith. Yeah.
However, he is skilled when he needs to be, but I think it comes from a lack of actual fighting experience.
Well, I mean, if I'm going to be with you, I can give him a few pointers or something.
That would be very grateful. Because I hate to admit it, but he sort of needs it.
Yeah, like I said, I could tell. He's very. I mean, you know, I will give him credit where credit is due. He has like the spirit for it, but just not like the training or the talent. So
No actual combat experience per se.
yeah, and I mean, when I was in the Ragnarok, my entire experience was training people to be better. So it works out.
Speaking of combat experience,
Mm-hmm.
you Inquisitor, do you have any fighting experience?
Oh, I have some, yes. All Carthans, we can use swords. I can't really use the bigger ones, but I know how to use some weapons, but I don't carry any. I have some different magics. I'm good with that. I can quite well. I could more kindly call it judge people.
I think I get what you mean.
Okay.
As you make your way into the Obsidian District, you are surrounded by the noises and bellowing horns of vast dwarven industry. Let me get. Sorry, I got my notes here on that. Just lost them.
I myself am not the best user of magic, but I do know some.
The only type of magic I use is in the items I carry.
Which is a well good skill to have. I wish Vellum could actually learn from that.
Oh, does he not use magic items?
He prefers to use his own well-made items. However, he does have an eye for craftsmanship, so it really depends on what you can give him.
Perhaps that will be the first thing I break him of. I don't understand why. Wouldn't pride is a very easy way to die in combat.
Oh, it is. I have witnessed firsthand a few promising generals be a bit too prideful in sparring and ending up breaking an arm or a leg. Which in Orcish culture is practically you're done for.
Like a horse.
That's wrong.
You just put them down.
No.
Yeah.
They have to prove themselves that they can actually carry their weight.
A nearby steam whistle goes off as a set of mechanical pulleys pull up an enormous crate of what appears to be some sort of bluish silvery ore, and kind of hefts it over towards a large kind of industrial complex of whirring machinery, billowing steam. You pass on through the Obsidian District and head towards the Stone District. And there you can see the mine itself. Very much, the entrance to the mine is very much akin to say, the Dark Portal from World of Warcraft, but it's very, very sort of dwarven in make. This vast entrance of constructed stone and marvelous dwarven architecture. You can see as these long metallic, almost like tram lines, which kind of crisscross the vast cave network here. You can see a number of trolleys and various minecarts kind of zipping along the lines. You can see pulleys, ropes, cogwheels turning. It's a masterwork of dwarven technology, and you are marvelled, Salyun. That's all existent enormous kind of moving parts. The way
It's quite visible on her that she is, well, her eyes are darting back and forth between everything, but she's still sort of, walking with them in a good pace.
You pass what appears to be. You've seen this before. You've been here in your brief day, kind of travelling the sites. Azure. This would be the ingot splitter refineries. And forward to your right, through into the Stone District, you can see where all of these ores are coming from. This appears to be the Gristlebeard Industrial Complex.
I love that name.
Gristlebeard, did you say?
Gristlebeard Industrial.
Gristlebeard.
Yes.
Industrial Complex.
Holy shit.
And
That's about fucking dwarvish as you get.
very much on the far southern end of this massive cavern is what appears to be a Spark Sputter compound.
There's some awesome names.
Yeah.
You can see this massive quarry surrounding the entrance to the mines here. You can see dwarven mine workers of all types seemingly returning to work now, after having been given the all clear to come back to work now that the attack has been thwarted. You can see there is a heavy iron guard presence down in the quarry here now. So, what do you wish to do while you are here in the Stone District, near the mines?
Let's figure out where we should question first. Likely we'd need equipment as well for venturing deeper. And then Sal sort of turns to both Liska and the Inquisitor. So, what are your thoughts? Where to begin?
You're looking for, like, ore for him, right?
Ores or metal. Ores would be great, but likely getting the raw ore here and sort of just gestures around, it has likely already been bought and processed.
Maybe. I do not know.
What about you? And Sal just looks to the Inquisitor.
What exactly did he need?
Metals, preferably. But that is something I will look for in the meantime on this side. Our main objective here is to ask about, and given the nature of your work, I'm curious. What you do?
I see. Well, you look around as he begins to scan.
What are you scanning for?
He's going to look around, and as he looks, he's going to try and spot out specifically people who seem suspect.
Guilty.
Guilty. The less savory, more criminal types.
Alright.
And just immediately sort of distinguish them, because he can do that, because he has a watcher's eye. And he's sort of look for the criminals and know, okay, those are the people, and he's going to exclude them from his mind. And he's going to say, okay, the rest should be alright.
Okay.
And then he's going to start going about discussing with certain individuals that look to be older and perhaps more learned.
Okay. You do see a kind of off in the distance in the quarry, kind of on the nearby edge. You kind of see a number of very rough looking dwarven folk, very much kind of blue collar worker. Some of them appear to be older but hardier than other dwarves. Kind of, you see the grey fuzz of the beard kind of showing through the mine worker's garb here.
Okay.
You also see a number of other workers passing you by. A couple of them do indeed look a bit older.
All right.
As you kind of, you're going to take one aside.
Yeah, I'll stop and chat with one of them.
Right.
And remind me as a player.
Yep.
We are here because we're trying to get resources for Vellum.
First and foremost, yes, but also question about and see what knowledge we can gain about the mine, how it has been working, possible incidents with the underground natures.
Oh boy.
You know, general scouting ahead before actually, venturing in deep.
And getting a lay of the land, because none of us have come to these mines.
Yes.
It's true.
Well, then, if that's the case, he'll start off and he'll try and focus on, seeing where he can get perhaps a map,
Okay.
directions from the locals, and start sketching his own, and before anything else, get a layout of the mine so they can know where they're going.
All right. So you spend a few moments kind of talking to some of the locals, putting on your most charismatic appearance you can as a friendly inquisitor of the church. You you
That has
Two
so
words and
many
we're not going
wrong-
again.
That has so many wrong twists
yeah
in my head.
yeah you do eventually manage to gather some semblance of the layout of the general vicinity of the three districts: the Silver District, the Obsidian District, and the Stone District. All kind of located within these sort of refurbished mining areas that were previously picked clean. You feel as though you have
Okay.
have a good layout of the land here, the caves.
Good. Well,
I've got a good layout. How crowded is it?
It's gradually starting to crowd back up again, as more and more people are have been given the okay to come back to work, as you know. In the immediate aftermath of the attack, many people do want to go back to work to make money, to pay for goods and food and that sort of stuff. So you can throughout the time you've been here, more and more workers have been coming back to the mines, back to the sort of manual labour in the factories, this sort of thing. It's very much sort of ferrying raw goods through the streets via carts and crates. This is very much the industrial the industrial area of Dune Hollow.
Okay. So I've got a good layout of it. I've got an idea of like industrialization and stuff there. What other information should I try and gather for you guys?
Right now, I don't actually have direct information we need in mind besides, just a general information gathering thing.
Should be a good place to call it, because then we can think over the roles of the week.
Yeah, we can think on that. It is getting.
Yep, it is getting it's getting overtime, and we started relatively on time. Good work.
Yay.
So we'll end it there with Aja, Liska, and Sao Yun wandering the industrial networks of Dune Hollow.
Nice.
Good shit.
Yeah. So I think I have a very good thing about how I felt when Atlas' new character came.
There were many feelings and thoughts.
Yeah.
Should we do skills before we get too heavily into discussion?
Sure.
May I go first before I forget everything?
Sure.
Stranger danger.
Positive. I liked that you introduced the new characters well without us having to find an excuse to go recruit them. Having them show up at the door was nice. You also gave us time to breathe and RP out after the Siren departure, which was good. You didn't just have them show up immediately and be like, hey, they're here now. You let us cope with the drastic changes to the situation in character, and that was good.
I will also say one thing, just to add to this. The way you had them introduced was also very natural, as in Liska was asked by the king to guide this guy to us.
So you had a recognizable point of contact with somebody who knew, so it wasn't as jarring. As opposed to if Avon picked a different character, you got two total strangers. It's like, fuck you. Yeah, that was good. Negative, I'd say the pacing in the street was a little off. Like, you'd asked us to 2 or 3 times what we wanted to do is like, oh, we're still going to the church, aren't we? It's sort of like that sort of thing. And if we say we're going to the church, you can toss a couple of nuggets at us as we go, but we will still want to go to the church.
Yep, fair enough.
Unless something drastic happens, obviously. It was mainly hearsay and things we'd heard on the street. But, yeah, no, I think that's it for positive negatives.
Okay.
Gampo, you have anything?
Not really. I think everything went pretty smoothly. Again, I'm having a strange feeling about Mr. Porcelain Face here.
Me too. Especially the fact that he is literally called an Inquisitor as well.
Yeah.
I feel like he's gonna be asking Grunke a lot of things because he don't know about the Deep Dwellers.
He's an inquisitive sword.
Yeah.
It's in the title.
Imagine that's the joke. He's not like an inquisitor like the nasty kind. He's just really inquisitive.
Yeah.
Just ask questions, like to learn things.
¿Por qué no lo estás?
No.
Sí.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it went well. Can't really think of anything that was too, like...
Not anything that warrants a
Off.
skittle.
No. Yeah, no.
Right.
A nice calm session.
Yeah. Down.
Especially after the
After
fucking
combat.
storm we had.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he had fucking nat 1 on the, or nat 2 on the resurrection.
Yeah, that was a oof. That was a big oof.
No, that was not one.
Yeah, nat 1 even.
That wasn't that one, yeah.
Yeah.
A nat
Shame-
one that could have been a nat 20.
Yeah, can you even help on a check like that?
Nope, not for those ones. You can't even because it's a
Yeah.
one action.
What about you, Ducky?
Character-wise, a lot of things need to be processed. But all that said, I really like how everything turned out with both characters and interactions. Siren being Siren was a bit of a highlight for me, especially now that Balthazar is quote-unquote gone. Especially when I tried to say humble yourself and all I got was
Who the fuck do you think you are?
Oh, that was a not obviously not saying anything negative. That was a poor choice of words.
I mean,
What was the poor choice?
Telling Siren to humble herself.
Yeah, yeah.
I know
Oh.
When I
but
heard that, I was like, no, man, you don't know how to play to her.
I couldn't find the right words, so I just went with what was closest.
Yeah. If you hadn't jumped up, Vellum would have, and he would have just gone, look, it's really not worth your effort and time. Especially after the day. But geez, that was so good to see. Just,
That would have been better, because that means instead of bringing herself down to someone else's level, that's saying, look, this person's so far below you, it doesn't matter.
Well, yeah, Vellum knows people to an extent, so he knew how to possibly defuse Siren, but...
Well, yeah, he's
Sal got
still
there first.
using Siren on account of not being murdered by her yet.
Yeah.
Speaking of, I'm pretty sure you, Avon, and Atlas and Janner has talked about what would happen if such an occasion where this happened. What would be the best option to not have Siren end up going fucking let's kill everybody and fucking race?
I
I'm
don't know
saying this
about that.
because that's the vibe I was getting.
Siren,
I'm
yeah,
gonna
like we've.
add up.
You have a good one, Gabo.
Hey, bye, Gabo. It was
See
fun.
ya.
I have to say, before you go, I really liked your interactions, and it's so cool to see you doing more stuff.
Hey,
Grunka
thanks.
brings a lot to the table, and I
Yeah.
Oh
really
yeah.
That
see
was,
more of that.
that was a good pep talk with the kid.
Yeah, I mean, you
Yeah.
know, she did survive an attack.
Don't
she,
drop that.
Yeah, she shrugged off the mind blast thingy, so, you know. Strong kid.
That kid's chosen.
Yeah, she's gonna be the next adventure, you know, if Grunka
Yep.
dies. My
Dude,
backup.
You're gonna make
Sudden
your backup's gonna be a
10-year-old.
Yeah.
little halfling child. Nice.
I think she was a
little
dwarf.
fucking.
She was
She was a dwarf.
I thought
yeah.
the. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, the child.
Yeah, the
Right,
man.
halfling was the one. Yeah.
Yeah, fucking little 12, 13-year-old dwarven girl, so she's like 7.
Yeah.
Is just gonna roll up like, I'm ready to fight, and it's like,
Yeah.
baby
I've been
girl,
training
no,
for
you
a
aren't.
whole week.
Yeah.
It's a long time.
Yeah. For a kid, that's a long time.
Yeah, it is, but
And she will be like level 8, so.
you should be level 8.
No,
Holy shit, kid.
Grunka healed us so much. She's level 2 now.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, like
if we
the thing
just
is
beat
that
the
like
shit out of her and have Grunka overheal her, we can go advanced training.
well, like the thing is that to be technical, commoners don't like they're 0 level.
Yeah, they're not even level.
Yeah, so she like if she's level 1 now, she has to choose a class. Like, what class is she gonna be?
Oh,
That's the
shit.
question.
She's obviously gonna be a warlock.
And
Is
Grunka's gonna be
Grunka
her
her
patron.
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
Go-
Only so she could do mind shit.
Goblin born.
Oh god.
Sorcerer.
Your turn, Eamon, because I want to fucking gush when everyone's done.
I mean, it was a good session. Can't think of anything negative. There's a little, like, and this is even just a minute thing. Like, I don't even know if
A
it's
pet
even worth
peeve?
mentioning. Well, it's not even a pet peeve. It's just we were going to the church, and like you just forgot that's where we were going, and like I had to remind you, and that was it. Like,
but
like
yeah,
we're
that
going to
was
go back to the Golden Lodge. It's like, no, we're
yeah, that was
to the
a
church.
slip up on my part. My bad.
Oh yeah, and like I said, that's like it's not even
Yeah,
really
but that
worth
shit
mentioning.
happens.
To be fair,
Yeah.
it's been a long week for you.
Yeah, that's very true.
Fucking quarantined.
But good. Like, what's good? Everything. It was nice to be able to play like full pitch mode Siren.
Oh.
Yeah.
You are lucky the guards just didn't kick you out of Dune Hollow there and then.
Yeah, intimidation has the nasty side effect of if you fail, they will get angry, hostile.
I mean, that's fine. She can take some guards.
Yeah.
She
What are they
actually
gonna
has
do?
the way
Walk
out.
out four? She had the fucking Bone Boys.
Yeah, she had the Skelly Boys. Bones
Uh,
Jones,
Bones Jones.
Femur Freddy,
That will forever
Rattles.
be my crowning
Fucking
name.
Bones Jones. Squad commander.
He is.
Can he be
Bones
the guy
Jones,
that got
Freddy
promoted?
Femur, Rattles. Yeah.
I asked that like
Did,
at the
did
time.
you not? Did you not see the? Like I put the list in the players chat of like their like what they are.
Oh no, I didn't look at that yet.
I should.
I'll put,
I
I'll
should.
put
You
it
have to
back.
get him a beret.
I should give you summonable tokens with unique
There you go.
names.
Yeah, Bones Jones needs a beret.
Bones
It's,
Jones, Freddy
it's,
Femur,
Captain
Rattles,
of- What is he?
and Shovelhead Larry.
Shovelhead Larry.
He's the
Actually,
engineer.
On the note of Siren,
He's a special
Eamon,
one.
He's one of those
Yeah.
flatheads.
I do hope even that Sau's interactions with Siren is not taken ill with you.
What do you mean? As a
I'm
player or
just nervous
Siren?
I'm just nervous when I interact as Sau with Siren in the form of discomfort, distrust, not generally being, well around the fact that, oh yeah, I'm just gonna have my fucking skeletons hoity-toity carry a corpse through the city.
No, man.
Well, I
Like
mean,
that.
You guys want
As
nothing.
as a player, I have no qualms with that at all. You're playing Sao. Siren knows she makes people uncomfortable. She relies on that fact. So
She
she's-
relishes in it.
Yeah, like as she was walking through, like sowing chaos and fear in her wake, she was just like, "Yep, a little wet right now." But sorry for the
And not much
recording
will
if
change
it's still
this time.
going.
It's still
Uh,
going. It's still
yep.
going.
I mean,
And,
and
so
y'all-
the
and
world will
since-
forever know
Oh yes.
she's secretly horny on Maine.
yeah.
Secret.
Well, I mean,
Have you seen the way she dresses?
I mean, that's just
Yes.
demons. That's just demons from.
Atlas goes so
Okay.
Jenna can stop recording.
Overall, great session. Positives, like how you kept track of time. It makes having time-sensitive things feel very important, especially out of combat. Made sense that after the Revivify failed, and with the time that passed, it had been a minute and there was nothing that could be done again, so we couldn't try a second time, which is good. Only potential negative, and this isn't even a negative. You asked me a couple points in the Balthazar thing if there's anything I wanted to do, but it felt like it was a story thematic point where I couldn't do anything, and I didn't know
Okay.
what to do.
Yeah.
And
my thing is that whenever something like that happens, I want to involve the player as well as much as I possibly can.
and not just monologue, which is again a positive. It's weird that your negative is also a positive, but like a mixture of the pacing with it and asking me if I wanted to do anything when there wasn't anything I could really do.
Yeah.
Was the only thing that maybe contributed towards
a downtime, but overall it was really cool and thematic. It really sold a moment. I loved what you did. You gave me a bit of a story on an item that I didn't anticipate. It did things I didn't anticipate, and it led me towards a different type of character development that I didn't anticipate. And now I deeply look forward to the future and seeing that play out. All in all, I think it was absolutely great. It was a good way to wrap things up. I'm glad we were able to quickly get into a state of calm after the first few minutes of, the resurrection kind of craziness. But everything was sort of gentle. You paced things well and how people are introduced, and when they were introduced. I really like this session and how things went.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to see
I was
what happens with New Boy.
I was actively kind of typing, kind of messaging you and Avon, trying to determine how we would how would we kind of introduce both Liska and Asia then.
Yeah. I kind of hear you typing it. So
Yeah.
it's like, I wonder if
We could hear it.
Yeah, sorry.
To chime in on Atlas's point, usually in situations like where you want to involve a player, it helps giving them a guiding prompt, because yes, there's stimuli happening around them, but unless you have it directly interact with them as a character, it's hard to bounce off of. Like, you can't springboard off of anything if you're only given vague senses around you. Like, say during that time skip thing, you had it be like, oh, you find yourself in this situation where you feel yourself separating from something, and then they can be like, oh well, I will try and force my will, I will try to stay together, sort of some sort of reactive stimulus.
Yeah, okay. I'll take that into account on future character
It's a very
moments.
minor.
Yeah, in just as like a DMing note, when you are in the middle of a very narrative exposition heavy thing and suddenly you just pivot to someone and be like, what do you do? Like, that can be extremely jarring because you have someone so kind of enthralled, and they're very immersed in the situation, and suddenly you kind of toss something at them like that.
Yeah,
like it takes a while for your brain to just be oh shit,
I was in a different gear. I was full, all right, spectator mode. Janitor's saying something, he's telling me a story, I'm sucked in, my ass is glued to the end of this theater seat and I'm seeing what's going on. And
You were essentially in spectator mode and writing things down mentally and getting thrown the prompt of what do you do? It's like
I tried to get involved when you started asking some things, just like interaction. But
did you write any notes on that, by the way?
I started writing some things, but I don't have all the notes. Is the recording good for that? So I can go back and get proper.
Yeah, you should be able to see the recording.
Speaking of recording, before you ended, there was one very minor negative I wanted to give.
Yep.
Don't tell characters how to feel. Present them with something you know would tantalize them, and then let them explore it. Because there were a couple of points where you're like, X character feels this, and let them.
Wait.
When did he say that?
The most recent one I can remember was Sao with the very mechanical, intricate workings. It's
Okay.
like, Sao, you feel this sense of blank, and I'm like,
actually, that was very spot on, because as
I'm sure it was. But
as Janet was describing it, I was preparing myself to describe what was then said, how she felt.
it does take agency away from the player slightly.
Yeah, fair
Sort
point.
of.
Fair point.
Like I said, it's a very incredibly minor.
That said,
explain.
you did well in nailing it for me.
Yeah. Explain senses, not necessarily emotion, unless something's forcing an emotion on somebody.
Right.
Like a spell.
Yep.
Or great trauma. As in, you just watch your entire party die to the breath of the fire dragon, You feel fucking conflicted as shit.
Yep.
Do you run? Do you fight? What do you do?
Well, I mean, you're probably gonna die.
I mean, yeah, but you know.
Anyway, was there
Um,
anything else you wanted to
Did
note,
anyone
Phil?
else not go?
Nope, everyone's gone, I think.
You, Ducky?
I might have one thing, but it is quite minor.
Nope, go ahead.
When we're out on a walk and just interacting character-wise, because I was actually preparing to talk a bit on the way to the mines with, you know, both of my new companions, old and new, somehow. But instead, it was just sort of skipped, and now we're in the Bori district.
Okay. I suppose that was just me trying to speed things up
Speed along.
because
Yeah,
we're
it is.
nearing the end of the session. That's all.
Which is fair. I would just like it more if it was prompted as in you have a moment to talk about some things while we skip ahead.
Okay.
As in you have us placed down on the map, which I saw, and then you moved us about like 3 times before landing in the mining district. You can just interject when we're talking to say, oh yeah, you pass by X district by now. Which might as well spark some conversation.
Yeah.
But again, small minor things.
I think that's it, everyone's gone.
All right.
Okay.
So, for the recording, until next week, when we see how this plays out with Arja joining the group. For the meantime.
Hopefully it isn't too
Are we
bad.
clear?